Cool.
All right, guys. We are going to get this started. We're actually on time this time, which is actually very unusual. But I'm going to be leveling links in the background while we do this. And you guys let me know in the chat if the volume is good. I don't know if the other guys' voices are going to be too loud, too soft, whatever. You can let me know. But I guess we will go ahead and get started. There's an outline, right? Yeah. All right, sweet.
Yeah.
All right.
Yoresh, real quick, mod me.
Oh, you're not modded? The hell?
Yeah, crazy. No respect around here. It's insane.
Where even are you?
I typed in the chat.
Oh.
There it is. Yep.
All right.
Yeah, mod tune. He's there too.
Okay. Wait, where?
He was there somewhere. Tune, type again.
I found them. Okay. Okay, they're both modded. Anyone else that should be modded?
Nope, already modded.
Yeah, all good.
All right. So yeah, again, let me know if the volume sounds okay, but we're going to go ahead and get started with the topics here. All right. So episode number 41. We have a similar cast of people that are usually here every week, so I mean, it's not really anything to do there, but I guess the first topic, we sort of touched on them last week, but we haven't really had that much time at that point to test them out. So I guess we can go ahead and start talking about the Vegito and Buhan. I did my rainbow video on Vegito that went up today, and I was thoroughly impressed with basically everything he does. Like he fulfills every single role pretty much except for support. And his Super Vegito does 3 things that are just super broken. The first one, C Super Attacks, right? That's like the most broken thing ever. Second one is the LR Gohan mechanic, where he gets an extra key every time he gets a key sphere, which is the second most broken ability in the game. And then he also has a medium chance to crit just built into his passive along with the counters. So I don't know. I feel like if you ask me which unit does the most broken stuff, I would probably say that Vegito does the most broken stuff. But I don't know. What do you guys think about Vegito?
Yeah, he's totally indestructible, man. I tested him out on Extreme Sora Battle Road, and when he supers, nothing can damage him. Really, he totally grew on me, and yeah, I agree with everything you have said.
I mean, it does. He is on Super STR, which is still. It's just there's so much like God Topo is good enough to run an Extreme Super Battle Road, like Kabe is, right? But still, like that unit just doesn't really take damage even in there. Like if you're not taking damage in Extreme Super Battle Road, then you just don't take damage at all, really. And that's the thing about them.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that stinks is you'd probably want to run them with the third year Vegito, and because their conditions for transforming are very close, sometimes it's hard to get him to transform.
Yeah, it's about the one downside really to him is I mean, his transformation mechanics are nowhere near as bad as LR Gohan and even the year 3 Vegeta or anything, but you still, I mean, it's one of those like kind of first world problems, right? It's like I'm doing so well in this event, but I can't get below 77% HP. So that's about the only thing I would say that's just like, oh, come on. So
I mean, yeah, his entire kit is amazing. Pre-transform, so like what Talon was saying, it's hard to get him to transform. Pre-transform is still really good, right? The damage reduction,
I mean, chance at triple super attacks and everything. I mean,
yeah. So on that regard, like he's very good pre-transform. Like Challen said, he's a lot better than the LR Gohan or the third year Vegetos. But still, sometimes like I ran events like Infinite Dragon Ball History, and I can't transform till like the second last boss, and which is fine because by the time that happens, well, you're just wrecking everything anyways. You'll clean up faster, but it's like, well. The thing about the transformation mechanic is like I summon to play with Super Vegito, not with just Goku and Angel Vegeta. You know what I mean? So So overall, he's very, very good. Very impressive. I still need to run his team a little more. I've been running more Buhans because that's a lot more fun to me. But yeah, overall, still really good.
This is going to be one of those like questions that go in the middle of nowhere because we don't know their decision making. But What was going through their head when they were structuring the Battle of Wits category? Like, what is that supposed to mean?
It appears to me to just be characters that were talking shit, right? Because like Android 18 is there from talking down to Vegeta. You know, you've got the Vegetos who are always smart asses, right? Like Gogeta is silent, right? But Vegito is just
Yeah.
talking shit all day. So it's like you go through and you could see. I mean, Piccolo at times has been a little chatty. I don't know how much a lot of them really deserve to be on there though. But it's like if you know, okay, like Trunks that kills Mecha Frieza is just talking shit the whole time, right? Like you go through a lot of them, and it's pretty clear why they're there.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't.
I didn't go through the category super deep, but I haven't noticed anyone that should or should not be on there.
Shouldn't Final Form Frieza be on there? He did the whole one hand thing, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And it's Akatsuki and team making. What do you expect?
Team A.
Yep.
Because
He made the cards.
he did a lot of like weird, like not really weird things, but like things that aren't really related to just fighting. Like he blew up the planet, like that sort of, I guess, counts as like a battle of wit thing. I don't know. I mean, yeah, even the base form, I guess the pre-fused form of Goku and Vegeta, because the fact is, like, they enter the battlefield and then they start at like what 110k defense, like without support or whatever it is.
Yep.
And they
like
have
that, yeah.
30% damage reduction. And so even if they get supered in like Super Battle, they're only taking like 100k before
Oh,
they
yeah, no,
super.
they're totally fine there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. All right. Anyone else have anything to say about a Super Vegito, or are we gonna move on?
No.
I mean,
I'm good.
I've found it not as difficult to transform with him as people say. I mean, I don't. It's because in Super Battle Road you're gonna take damage.
Yeah, but getting to the fourth turn, if you're running rainbows, you're more than likely finishing it off by the fourth turn.
I mean, in category Super Battle Road, like about turn 4 is usually where you end things, right? Like when I was in the Boo Saga, I was able to transform with him. I did in Extreme Super Battle Road as well, actually.
Well, I managed to transform them on the quote unquote worst showcase because I took who did I take? UI Goku as a lead, and then Kaba. So like lesser percentage on the boost, and I obviously got him transformed much easier. And then again, he took a little more damage. But when I ran both of them as leads and just ran like Battle of Wits and Majin Buu Saga, Super Strength, didn't I think maybe only once I like transformed, but I finished all the fights by turn 4. That's it.
Yeah, if you're weakening him, I'm using air quotes here, weakening him based on the leader skill, then yes. And something like Super Battle Road, like so if you use Kaba and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta or something like that, for whatever reason, I did find it easier to get him. Generally I got to turn 4 before I could finish him off. And be like, all right, you know what? Just for fun, I'm gonna transform him, but run him double lead and the other guys, and no, dude, you're finishing by like turn 3 at the latest. So.
Yeah, so that's what I mean by like, if you like what I said, if you just run him on the smaller leads, yes, you can get them to transform on Super Battle Road. But on just if you ran both of them, like everyone asked me to, and Talon, you did one, right?
I did. Yep.
And I barely transformed. So
yeah, I agree. Same happened to me.
Again, it's one of those first world problems where it's just like, it's awesome that Goku and Vegeta, Angel, they mitigate damage, they got high attack, chances to do all these additionals. There's nothing wrong with that, right? It's just it'd be nice to see the transformation just a little bit more. But again, it's better. It's infinitely better than what Gohan got and the Year 3 Vegeta got. So.
And the pre-transformed state is so good that I'm not sad about this. So yeah.
It's just one of those
more than makes up for it.
Yeah.
About Garesh's point from last week about that leader skill being the best in the game, I probably would agree at this point.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Both of them together. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I probably agree with that.
Keep in mind, for global players, like JP has a lot of units that are on those categories that we don't have yet. Like Exchange Boo's on there, we have Gotenks on there, we have Gohan on there. So there's a lot of options that we don't have yet that makes it even better than what we can experience yet.
Yeah. All right, you know who is secretly a really good card on that team? Not for obvious reasons. Is that Tech Ultimate Gohan? Because the one thing that's always been a downside to him for me is obviously his links, like anyone would say probably. But because he gains ki every time he comes back, and then Goku and Vegeta, or if you get him transformed to Vegito, they have the whole +1 extra ki when you get a actual orb. They actually run pretty well together. They're not linking up a ton, aside from Fierce Battle and everything, but they don't have to worry about ki now, right? Or you don't have to worry about your other guys on that rotation getting ki.
Listen, all right, Gohan
which is
has
really nice,
always been
so.
fine. Okay, he's fine.
No, I'm not talking about Gohan. I'm talking about the other guys on the team, though.
I'm
Right?
talking about
Gohan himself is fine, but Gohan doesn't link up with anybody else. So
Listen, you're damn right. Gohan is fine.
Well, you gotta remember now they both, right? The Goku and Angel Vegeta have same lineage, and same with Gohan, right?
yep, yep.
So that's two
Vegito's got a
ki.
little 10.
So that's 2 ki right there, right? 2 ki, and then attack and defense 5%.
Yep.
So
like that,
I mean, that's a good rotation. I mean, I've used that before. So I mean, honestly, if you got to Gohan, you could probably make the argument that that's like the best team in the game, right? Angel Goku, Angel Vegeta, and Goku, and with linked up with Tech Gohan, and then on the other rotation, the friend Angel Goku, and Angel Vegeta and Goku linked up with the third year in LR. So I mean,
that is a dangerous rotation right there.
yeah, you're not taking damage, and then if you do, you could heal from any of the transformations, right? So
The thing that's actually a problem for Gohan is Brainiac. He did not need that link. That's the one where it's like, all right, like you take
Why is
that
that-
off
why is
for
he even-
Saiyan Warrior Race, and he's in a better spot.
Yeah, we have to question some links on everybody. Sometimes don't.
yeah,
Why in the
He's
world?
he has both All in the Family and Cold Judgment, which is super good because like that's where his defense can just get so crazy combined with that guard. Like instantly turn 1, he's not really getting touched.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I think you said enough about the Vegito. You want to move on to the next one?
Yeah, so the next one obviously is going to be the Bootanks who transforms into Buhan. I personally haven't done my video on him yet, which I'll probably end up doing tomorrow. But I've had limited experience using him. He seems really good. I use him at 55% in Super Battle Road. I think I only had to use like one item or something as him as a leader. So he's really good. The big discrepancy I found between him and the Goku and Vegeta is that he actually has like a much higher defensive stat than the Goku and Vegeta does.
Mhm.
So he's entering like the fight at like almost like 80k higher defense than the Goku and Vegeta are, at least at the rainbow level. But then you also have to keep in mind that the Goku and Vegeta have the extra defense, or the extra damage reduction to help them out in that regard. So it's a little bit, I guess,
It's a give and take.
yeah. But I don't know. He seems really good to me. The biggest thing is very easy transformation conditions with him. So you get to turn 4, you're pretty much instantly going to get the transformation every single time because it's above 50% health.
Mhm.
So as long as you make it to turn 4, you win. That's it.
Now, Boo is actually a character where his team, I would say, is quite a bit better on JP because you have 3 Easy A's, Super
Boo.
17, Buff Boo, and Fat Boo that are just like ideal on that team that Global doesn't have right now. And it's just like, it's insane. Like Super 17 and Bootanks work really well together because they've got a couple links. They got Fear and Faith. They got Fierce Battle. I think, do they have Nightmare? I think they have Nightmare. Maybe not. Maybe Bootanks don't have Nightmare, but I don't know. It's just very easy for that team. Like
Yeah, and also
Bootanks-
Exchange Boo too is on there. We don't have yet.
Yeah, Bootanks having 200k defense turn 1 is pretty good before he even stacks.
Yep.
Shit like
Yep.
And yeah, again, he stacks defense on 18 key, which is if you on that team, it's super easy to get 18 keys. He gets the +1 key per type key sphere, so you are pretty much guaranteed 18 key every time. And then if he gets the additional super, that's a stacking on the attack. So by the turn 3, you're looking at 250k, 300k defense, which is pretty good for Super Battle Road. So
yeah. Plus he's because he's physical, so you get, even if you only have the one copy, he gets the free level 5 additional.
Yep.
So yeah, even with no dupes, you can get like 3 supers off in one turn. And the first one, like you said, you 18 key, raise your defense, then additional into a 12 key from his passive, raise your attack, and then additional into another 12 key from the hidden potential system. Obviously, that's like a best case scenario, but yeah, you can get like a defense raise and an attack raise pretty consistently every turn, thanks to his passive. I know Vegito has that additional thing in the passive as well with the Goku and Vegeta, but it works obviously super well with the fact that he can combine, he can raise both of his stats by getting those two supers in one turn.
Yep.
Because yeah, I've definitely played with the Boo more because I've been leveling up that team. Because even though we don't have his EZA, I've been leveling up the links for like Super 17 and that team. I really like the combination of those two categories because you've got a lot of the rotation of Super 17 and Android 13 is going to be insanely good under Boo as a leader once 17 has his EZA. So his team, I think, is really fun.
Yeah, I mean, the link level update definitely makes, I think, the unit what it is, right? I mean, prior to the link level update, if this guy came out, like, he wouldn't be anywhere close to as good as he is right now. And the same can be said for his entire team. I mean, what is it, the Absorb Power team and the Imagine Power team? By the way, both of those are new on global, so I don't know. People are probably not going to get super excited for when Exchange Boo comes out. And he's just bringing the same category to the his leader skill.
Man, Exchange Boo, bro, he is.
Like, why do you hate him so much?
Because those units suck. 40% damage reduction units with no defense suck. That's why.
Yeah.
And the bastard doesn't even have big bad bosses when he gets to Boo. So it's like you get to, all right, cool, 6 turns, we finally got Boo out. Well, now he doesn't have big bad bosses with like all these other great units here. Awesome.
The problem is he's outdated already.
Yeah, he is.
He's outdated before he even came out on global. Like, we're getting all this stuff right now. Like, we're about to get Ultimate Gohan after this on global, most likely. And what are they going to follow that up with Exchange Boo? Like, okay, I guess. Yeah.
That Goten's still nasty though. I don't care what anyone says.
It's evolving backwards.
Yeah. I can see a lot of people, if you pulled the Boo, like maybe summoning for Gotenks and just not even summoning for the Exchange Boo, because we might get, obviously, global gets that we might get like discounted for like the first 3+1, but then after that, people just not touching the Exchange Boo part of the banner.
But the problem is stemming from two things. The first thing is power creep, obviously. Like, back when these units came out on JP, they weren't like the worst ever. Like, they were still good. But then we got like this barrage of OP, like insane units. And then the second thing is scheduling, where for global, like, we're getting this stuff before Boo and Gotenks come out because of the way that they scheduled the Golden Week celebration to come to global in November. So it's like, yeah, we're going to get, you know, first of all, we just got the Super Vegito and Boo. Then we're going to get Ultimate Gohan. And then they're releasing Tech Boo. It's like, okay, nobody cares. Like, who's summoning for this?
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on, this guy right here.
They'd almost have to pull a physical Goku Black almost in order to make global one pull for him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, could you imagine if they did that? They put, there's no way they could put Boo Tanks on that banner.
I mean,
no, like it like buff Exchange Boo or something like that to entice them to pull for Boo Exchange Boo.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Is if they pulled the Goku Black thing and buffed him and be like, oh,
yeah, let's say they gave him 100% defense on top of the damage reduction.
Okay, no, you're saying from starting with Fat Boo?
Yeah, starting with Fat Boo.
Okay, like 80% to 90 to 100 toward Super Boo, you know, or give him, I'm just saying like what they did with Goku Black for global, compared to what they did to JP, and then they never ever linked up or synced up again. So they could do that here.
All right, real quick, this one guy says Truth thinks Super 17 should be on Fusion. Don't listen to him. Tell me again how they become Super 17. What do they do? All right, you're done. Get out.
Wait, he literally has the fused fighter link. I mean,
oh my god.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, no, let's not use logic. They don't have the fused fighter link. No.
Should Metal Rildo be on Fusions?
What, just from absorbing the metal and shit?
No, doesn't he fuse with like those Sigma people?
Was he?
Yeah.
Doesn't Goku kill them all?
I
I have to rewatch
did.
GT. I've been rewatching Dragon Ball Z. I gotta go back into GT.
I haven't watched GT in forever.
One of them gets killed by Pan. I know that for sure.
Maybe he doesn't. I don't remember. It makes sense. It looks sort of like that, right?
Yeah. I think he just takes the metal from the planet, but maybe you're right. I actually can't remember. I know the one.
Aren't Rildo and 17 both on Fusion on Legends?
No, there are. Well, I think Super 17 definitely is on Fusions, but I know Rildo's on Merging.
Oh, he's on Merging.
Okay. Yeah, which is not a team, but
13 is the other character that's on Fusion and Legends.
yeah.
That's what it is, yeah.
And also Omega.
Yeah, Omega.
Omega's the one I kind of don't really see the.
Yeah, I don't like that either, but it is what it is. All right, so that was Boo Tanks. Next topic that we have on the list is top grossing stones.
Yeah.
So this is, I guess, kind of like a discrepancy between Global and JP, right? With the amount of stones that was given out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they expected JP to hit top grossing on both stores, because that's what it was sort of lining up to be. And then they just didn't hit it, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So they ended up giving Global like a total of 60, was it 64 stones, something like that? I don't remember. Because it was
something like that, yeah.
It was like
Yeah, it was like
56 the
63,
first
I think.
round, and then an extra 7, right, for like the US hitting it in the Google Play Store, which is weird because generally when a region hits both stores, don't they usually have 100?
For global,
Yeah.
I have no
when
idea
a
how.
big celebration like this is taking place. Yes.
Yeah.
Usually,
so
yeah.
they didn't do it. Instead of 100, it was 7.
The problem is that I think this is the first time where like JP hasn't gotten it on both and Global has. Like I can't remember another time during like a joint celebration where that's happened. Because usually Global does it a little bit differently with their top grossing, right? So like I
Yeah.
wonder if it's because of JP not getting top grossing on Google Play that they were sort of weird about it. Because like I imagine like if JP got their 100 stones from both, then Global would have at bare minimum matched that for sure, 100%. So like I imagine that's what the issue is. Well, really, what they should have did is just said fuck it and given it to both anyway. I mean, honestly, why not?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
It would have
I
been.
mean, I imagine we're going to get one of those rewarding bonuses, right?
Yeah.
At some point. And then we have part 2 as well. So I think it's possible we get at least 2 more top grossing rewards for both versions.
Yeah.
Well, wait, isn't the rewarding bonus like at the end of the celebration?
No, because
they've done it. They've done it at the end of like the 3+1 period, right, for the dual Dokkan
Oh,
before.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say it's usually like a day before the 3+1 ends, or like right as
Oh,
it
okay.
ends sometimes.
and I believe they just did it with the 5-year anniversary on Global, didn't they?
Yeah,
yeah.
that was like we got it on JP like right at the end of part 3, right?
Well, yeah, because it was Global got that same one at the end too, didn't they? I'm pretty sure they
Yeah,
did.
that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, it's usually towards the end of like the whole celebration, right?
It's because with Global they did it differently for the 5-year anniversary, where they gave out like they matched exactly what JP did, but they just did it in a different order. So the first top grossing Global got was the 100 stones, which was JP's second, right? Then they handed out the 30 with the orbs and shit like that, and called it like a rewarding bonus or some shit like that. And then they did the like end of part 3 one as well. Global also had top grossing for Broly and Rose. Which JP didn't because of what was it, Monster Strike, I think, at the time? They had a Demon Slayer collab. Whew, that's
Monster
brutal.
Strike, and then now it's FGO, and
Dude, you do not break up people's love for their waifus. So
Didn't something
I
happen
know.
with that game though, where they got like removed or something? Like what happened?
So what happened was, I'll explain this. For the 5th year or like one of the anniversaries for FGO, they made a rhythm like tapping game, but made it a separate app in JP, and they released it with like limited downloads. Like you could only download it 500,000 times, and then that was it. But that was officially through the Play Store and the App Store. But QApp and APK Pure, all these other third-party Android stores were bypassing the download limitations. So the publisher got pissed. And with QApp, which is one of the bigger, well-known third-party like anime stores, they pulled the game, all FGO stuff from the QApp servers because they didn't want them to like bypass all that stuff. So the terrible part about it is, North American players who play the JP version, they can no longer update it through QApp anymore. I mean, they have to go outside to like APK Pure or some other third-party store. But that also screws over like European players who want to play the North American version. They can't update it through that server, that third-party app anymore either. So just really screwed everyone over for the people. But it's not the people who downloaded, like, it's not their fault, because the stupid Aniplex and those people shouldn't have limited downloads in the first place. Because who limits a download on some celebration game?
Yeah, that sounds really dumb.
Yeah, stupid moves by the devs. And anyways, the reason why that's a big deal, or at least I thought it was a big deal, was because then if I was a whale in North America trying to play the JP version, I can't play it anymore, at least through that service. So I have to go through somewhere else. So I'm like, well, maybe they'll start losing money from like people, like if I was a whale.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe we would see more Dokkan being top grossing. But apparently the waifus are too strong, guys.
Wait, so that's still a problem then?
It's still a problem, but I mean, I don't know how big the market or how much money and revenue people outside of JP playing FGO was contributing to top grossing. It seems like it's not that much, maybe like 3%, 5%, but it's still 3-5% less than normal. So,
yep.
Either way, we got blocked and can't do anything about that now. So,
yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to surpass that, unfortunately.
I mean, the only other shot we got is when part 2 comes, and whatever LR that is, maybe we got a shot there.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're
Very
gonna hit it in at least Apple when that comes out, right?
Yeah,
it'll hit an Apple. Yeah, that's generally never been too much of a problem for Dokkan, no matter what. But Android's always been the big one.
Why is that?
because the market share for JP Androids is not as huge as Apple.
Yeah,
iOS.
people just have more iPhones.
Yep. That is 100% true over here.
Yep. All right. Next, we have stamina. What is this? Like the stamina co-op missions or whatever?
Yep. Thanks, Goresh.
Yep. That was all thanks to me. I represented 98% of the amount of stamina consumed. So you're welcome. I don't really know what there really is to talk about this, but it's just like they like underestimated how much stamina we'd be using or something. And that sort of ties into the next point, which is part 1 too empty? And it's interesting because they're like, oh yeah, like use like a bajillion stamina, and then people are like, okay, nice, I'm ready to play the game, and they log in, and then there's like nothing to do. So I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like a strange use this insane amount of stamina. Oh, but the only new events we're adding to the game is the 2 Dokkan events for the 2 new characters that came out.
I think they sort of shot themselves in the foot with the countdown celebration, because a lot of the content was in the countdown celebration, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Really weird structuring.
It's more so like this is exactly the same thing they did with the 5-year anniversary, which a lot of people at the end were like, is because they're like staggering out the content, but then they're also not like during these big celebrations, they're hesitant to do like normal easy A's for some reason. Like it's just very bizarre. Like this is where you should do like 4 easy A's or some shit like that, right? Like because if they easy A'd, I don't know, like the physical Boo Go tanks right now, and then like the base Vegetos to go with the LR Boo tanks and LR Vegito, that would have been something else to do. That would have costed stamina. That would have given people more new units. Okay, I didn't pull the Boo Go tanks, but at least this old shitty unit is now a monster, right? So I could use a Boo Go tanks. Like there's things they could have done, and it's just like I'm quite certain that part 2 and potentially part 3 are going to be insane, but like, you can't just have it all in the middle and end.
The thing that I hate the most is the story, how they did the story event, because personally I haven't even done the story event yet, because there's no point in doing it yet. Like what are you going to get out of doing that right now when they're going to add more stages later, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's the same exact thing in Legends when they gate off the 50 stage events, and I don't even touch them until the last stages come out. There's no point. Like why would I waste my time doing it when I can just do it later when the whole event is out?
Another thing don't copy from Legends. That's not good.
Yeah, and like again, like you can farm the Goku and Hercule, but like what are you using them? You're not gonna use them. Like what's the point?
Yeah, if you do that now, you don't have to do it later. That's the only pro argument here.
I'd rather just farm links.
Oh my god, I can't. I listen. You can't compare Legends to Dokkan. Stop saying that. They literally created Legends from feedback from Dokkan. You can't say that. You can't say don't compare them. It doesn't work. You can't say that.
Yeah.
Can't say that.
Well, what I was gonna say about Dokkan is just like they should have given us something like you said, the easy A's. But the other thing they could have easily given us was just a Prime Battle LR. That eats a ton of spam. You know what I mean? Like they gave us a new Prime Battle LR. That would have been an incentive for people to grind and probably spend about I don't know, 1,500, 2,000 stamina a piece just to get the LRs, or maybe even more. I have no concept. But you see what I'm saying? Like they could have given us stuff to help achieve that. The only reason that I think, we didn't mention this, but the global version had way more stam used than JP did. Was I think it's because link leveling was still pretty prevalent or pretty new and recent, while JP, we've had it for a month and a half, something like that, a month and a half. It's lost its luster, its shine, right? So without new story events or stuff to do, the only other reason to spend stam would be to link level. And like I said, Global's more enamored with it because it's new and they're just like, oh, I'm gonna do it. For example, Goresh and all you other guys. But for us on JP, it's like, whatever. I'm kind of tired of it. I've already spent my 20, 50 stones to refresh stam to link level, and I'm over it now. That's why I think there's a big discrepancy between JP and Global at this point.
Who would the Prime Battle LR be? Base Vegito, Angel Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta, Patara category Super Saiyan 3 Goku. There's some good options, right?
Like at the very least, they could have just given the easy A Hercule now. Like what? I don't get it.
Yeah. Yep.
It's weird that we haven't seen anything. Like obviously we got the banners over the previous weekend, right? Back on Saturday. And then we got the Battlefield on Monday, which is to be expected, like we always get. And then I haven't seen anything since. Like nothing. Just
it's fairly empty.
Go ahead.
No, go. Somebody go ahead.
I think that's fine because I just started. Well, I started the LR on day 1, and I will probably finish it before the EZA comes out. So I'm not mad about that.
The campaign's still on, so it's not a big deal. But at least like some previews by now would have been nice. Because literally there's nothing to do. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's pretty dry right now in terms of content. So at least
if they so like they give us the initial celebration info, maybe if they just showed us everything that's coming, so we actually at least knew, that might have helped.
Yeah, or like at least slowly drip feed, a little bit of information here and there. I don't know. I feel like their marketing department is not very good in this regard. But again, that could be a result of COVID, because I don't think Dokkan has been hit too hard by COVID until like now, and in terms of like how they're releasing content.
Yeah.
So
I mean, we'll never know if it really was affected or not, just because it's really, for a game like Dokkan, it's just super easy just to bust out content, right?
Yeah. So
I think that's all we had in terms of the topics on the list here. Do you guys want to move on to questions? Yeah, go ahead.
I have one question to you, Goresh. Why are you not using an AoE friend leader for your link leveling grind? Is there a reason for that?
I don't know. I'm just clicking. I'm not even honestly looking at my game.
Okay, yeah, that's all I wanted to know. Maybe there was a reason and I didn't know. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I have the Frieza on here. He's an AoE, right?
Yeah, but you're using Angel Gold and Frieza as a friend, so
mentally, when you're able to just touch the screen and not have to focus in that much, it just makes it much more you're just not really...
it totally makes sense. I just thought that there is a special reason for that, like a higher rate if you use a proper leader or something like that.
I'm just not looking.
People are begging for anything, like, if I activate the nah, it's just RNG. That's it.
It's pure RNG.
All RNG.
Yeah.
Again, totally escaped me to do that. Just bring an AoE friend leader.
Just bring physical Broly. That's all you gotta do. Bring a physical Broly friend, and boom.
That's a good idea.
Like all the Cybermen, even if you are just blindly mashing the screen and you don't have proper like rotations, they all die to normal attacks, basically. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna do that right now.
To see a Super Saiyan 3 Bardock friend.
I can't even find a Broly. Oh, there's a Broly.
I'm thinking about rainbowing Mecha Frieza and King Cold. I have enough now. I'm debating that.
It must be nice to have all the copies in the shop.
To have the option.
Well, I mean, over here on JP, we have to suffer a lot of shafts to be in front, right? It's kind of how they balance it now.
I like how they put 4 in the shop like several months ago. It was like 4 months ago at this point, and then they just never updated it again.
Because it was weird. Because remember, they didn't do that on JP, right? It was
Yeah,
just
why
like,
would they do that?
I don't. Again, they're very weird. The global JP stuff is just very odd. How they like. There's been a million like weirdities on global just based around things coming out early on global. Like Kale and Khalifa's EZA is a perfect example. The reason it's MIA is because it came with UI Goku on JP, right? So.
Oh, it was cooler done. Okay, level 10, nice.
Must be nice.
Yeah, you picked Broly Man and you got level 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Secret guys.
There's your lesson.
Links.
All right, do we want to go to questions?
Go to your donos first, or super chats.
Oh, yeah, the donos.
Yeah, we got some. Okay. So we have Brad S donates 5A. I think that's Australian dollars.
Is that Australian?
He says, celebration's been so dry that I've got level 100 on every EZA except the Ginyu Force one. Stuck on 80. Have any of you guys hit 100? The Ginyu Force one.
You can't get links from EZAs.
What?
No, he probably needs Zenny.
Which one?
Yeah, he might need Zenny. I don't know. Although to be fair, link leveling on area 23 stage 8, I got quite a few Zenny actually just from doing that over and over again. So
yeah, it will give you anywhere from like 300,000 to 400,000 Zenny if you manage to get through as many fights as you can. So
what?
Wait, what Ginyu Force EZA is talking about?
I think you might be talking about the 7 EZA.
Yeah, the one where you use the Ginyu
7
Force.
EZA. Yeah.
Just use extreme tech. That's it, not the Ginyu Force. And you can run Tech Khalifa on there as well because Vegeta's a pure Saiyan. Boom, easy.
I personally don't even care about EZAs after I get the medals, but yeah.
Well, you're not hurting for Zenny, so. So.
Yeah. Simone Ciervo, oh god, donates 5CH5. That checked something? I don't know. Thanks for all the great content. I'm more into Legends though, so I'll catch up in about 30 minutes. Thank you all. Thank you. Egao Lore donates $2. Says Battle of Wits is for strategy. That's why Trunks and Mai are on it. Yeah, that makes sense. Trey Lewis donates $2. Says GT celebrations and Dokkan are the best. That actually is true because the 2nd and 4th year anniversaries were like the best anniversaries probably. Yeah,
they were really good.
You know why too? It's because they like never touch a GT except for those celebrations, so they have so much content to work with.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
Yeah. Then we have $5 from Hell May Cry. It says unrelated, but those who played, can we agree that FF7 Remake is the best soundtrack of any entertainment media in existence? I haven't played it, but maybe. Hell May Cry again.
I think I can agree with that. I think I can agree with that.
It's definitely high up there.
Yeah.
He donates again saying, Nolar Truth is up to you guys to carry JP Dokkan to the promised land. JP shafted hardcore.
I'm done.
Yeah. Legion donates $2, says where's the content? Yeah, and hopefully in part 2. Jalter donates $5, says in case you're curious, why JP didn't hit top grossing, Fate is celebrating a movie release, so yeah, no chance. FGO also has a 51 to 49% female ratio.
Well, players.
Like Nolar said, and we stated before, you don't get in the way of the Japanese and their waifus. You just don't.
No, man, no. To see them go like to really see what a simp looks like, that's what it looks like right there. Just look at that. Crazy shit.
I can tell you guys from personal experience. Okay, every time I take the trains into work, I probably see a good just within the car that I'm in. Okay, so an average train has 8 cars here, and in an average car that I go in, I probably see at least 3 to 4 guys. And I'm not talking students. I'm talking like 30, 40-year-old salarymen playing those games, and so yeah, it's the
waifu collectors. Can't get away from
it. It is. You can't get away from them.
All right, what you got next?
From Rhino62, we have $5. Says, the celebration needed a farmable LR. Would have at least made the farming bearable. Dokkan needs to stop with this weird content staggering. Yep, it's the Legends model.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have Nemo Dar with $5 says, I made a prediction on the 6th anniversary banners on Twitter. Can I check what I think? Yeah, I'll check it out after this. And then we have one from Jeebus H. Christopher says, celebration too dry, we demand moisture. Yeah, but we'd be nice about now. All right, I think that's it for the donations for now. Let's look on Twitter for those questions. Anybody have any good questions that you found? Or
there's one that I saw that I was talking to Talon about it earlier, actually, because it was one of those questions where as soon as I read it, I thought, oh yeah, that's quite a good question, even though instantly answers come to mind. But you'll probably see it there. I don't know how early it was or who posted it, but it was basically saying, why are the LR Go Bros on the Majin Buu saga, but the Tech LR Broly isn't? When both of the cards are from the same movie, but obviously the only thing that immediately comes to mind is the fact that Gohan and Gotenks are actually in the
exactly.
saga,
it's the same version of those characters, right? That's the only thing I can think of.
But it's stupid because characters shouldn't be on movie heroes and Buu saga. It's one or the other, right? Like,
exactly.
Movie heroes is like a saga category, basically. They need to take LR Gohan and Goten, Super Saiyan 3 Goku, like all that shit off of the Buu saga is what they need to do.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with that. What else? Let's look. Some guy says, from this Subarashi Rose says, what do you think they're going to do for Dragon Ball Heroes in November? And what cards would you all want to be added if it is in November?
Limits broken Super Saiyan 4 Vegito.
Yeah, I mean, this is the big year for Heroes. It's the 10-year anniversary, and I feel like if they're going to do something that's going to change the landscape of how Heroes is in this game, then it's going to be this year. So
I mean, well, we are playing Dragon Ball Z Vegito Battle, right? So
you think they do a Heroes LR?
They could, yeah.
Yeah, I could see that happening. You think they would do would it be summonable or grindable free to play one? They would give.
They could do both, honestly.
Yeah, they should do both. Yeah. But yeah, I want to see if the ones, because a lot of the time we see when those new cards get announced, that it's often that they're the next ones that we see. So obviously one of the big ones. I still haven't found anything despite Googling it. I've only pretty much found that one image from the reveal, but one of the upcoming cards for Heroes is the Timebreaker Mask Super 17. So
yeah, that's in the next set.
I'm pretty hyped about
that. Maybe he'll finally get big bad bosses.
Oh, could you imagine?
Dude, if Super 17 had big bad bosses right now, he'd be like...
He would be insane.
Yeah, he would be pretty ridiculous.
All right, so I got... Are you done with donos, or you...
Yeah, I mean, we're getting a few, but we can go back to them later.
I got one that's interesting. Do you think this download celebration, or simultaneous worldwide release, whatever they want to call it, will give anywhere near as many stones as last year? Last year gave... I'm a little dubious about this number, but 1,070? Did we get that many last year?
I think that was correct. I'll check the Dokkan wiki real quick.
Yeah, the wiki would have that number there.
So they said last year they gave 1,070 stones total, and we seem to be nowhere near on track to get that many this year.
I mean, keep in mind, we're going to get 2 more top grossing rewards, most likely. There might be a raid in part 2. There's going to be more story on the story event. Stages added to that. There's going to be more missions. I mean, there's a lot left. I don't know.
So we did, yeah. So I just double checked on Dokkan Wiki. We did get 1,070 stones in total.
That includes the countdown, but that includes the countdown, right?
Huh?
Does that include the countdown celebration?
So the countdown had 152.
But is that factored into the 1,070?
Yes, everything's factored in.
Yeah,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But from part 1, if you look back, so looking back at it, part 1 gave out 553 stones. So login bonuses, daily missions, part 1 missions, that's all the same thing. Eat up and fight, that was the launch, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So instead of the 100 stones in total that we're getting this year, last year it was for only like that week or something like that. If I remember correctly.
Launch was 2 years ago. Launch wasn't last year.
What was the EAT event then?
That I can't remember. Okay, here you go. The Hercule tile breaking contest, right?
Oh, that's what that was. Yeah.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. Okay.
Well, no, but this is just one that they haven't. So they did the Frieza enrollment during the 5-year anniversary, but we don't have like a counterpart to that right now, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Because 100 for top grossing and then 50 for the dual Dokkan Fest rewarding bonus, right? That's a big difference.
That's what they, and that's what they didn't have this time, because I remember last time and the one before that for 300 and 250, didn't they have like a if like 7 countries or something like that can hit top grossing, then everyone gets 50 stones on both versions of the game? Didn't we have those? Yeah, so they didn't have that. Then the eat up and fight missions. That's the Goku thing. Complete the missions to get 10 Dragon Stones every day, and that was for about a week. Cell Saga story events, Cell Saga missions, Cell game story missions, Gohan and Cell Dokkan event, Super Battle Road Part 3. That's 60 plus stones right there if you could beat them all. Boss Rush, which we got. Ultimate Chamber of Spirit and Time. That has 1 stone, I guess. First rank, again, the dual Dokkan Fest reward bonus for everybody. Virtual Clash, and then Virtual Dokkan Clash mission. So that was Battlefield. So that was all part 1.
Let me take a look at what we got so far for this one. So, I mean, yeah, it's on JP 474. On global, it's 541. So it's not like we've got nothing so far, right? Like that's a decent.
Right. Mm-hmm. Right.
All right, you want to go back to donations?
Yep, by all means.
All right. Let's see. We have Ty the Soup Guy says, "Why is KFC so popular in Japan? I think it's only popular during Christmas." Legion says $5. Donates $5. Says, "This just proves that the 4th year anniversary is the best celebration in Dokkan, both in content and units." I mean, it was pretty good. Probably the best anniversary in my opinion.
Yep.
Gabe Hale donates $2. Says, "My question is, how far can you throw it?" I'm not reading the rest of that. Jose G donates $3. Says, "We'll be getting EZA for STR Goku and Int Vegeta." I think it's possible for the raid in part 2 if we do end up getting one. That's like the That's like the primary. Those are the 2 primary units that I would think would get that. Then Jordan, oh boy, Shaish, I don't know if I said that right, donates $5 and says, "We need an update with the passives to be highlighted to show that the passive is being active." It's a good change, yeah. I mean, for like someone like, I guess, Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta, even though we have a turn counter, like to know that this passive is still active when he enters the rotation, I guess that could be useful, yeah.
It'd be more useful for those units that have the
like a percent chance. Yeah,
something.
That makes
so
sense.
Like Supreme Kai Time, Int Go Tanks, those kind of cards. It'd be nice to find a way to like maybe highlight it or something, or show that if you hold, because now if you hold down on the card or the circle for where their key meter is, it shows the links and the passive. Maybe extend it up a little bit more so that it highlights what part's activated, and then if it's blackened out or darkened out, then that means it's not activated.
Yeah, I think for Go Tanks that would be good because it's just so RNG. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and as I said, it would buff STR Ultimate Gohan so much. Well, he's not great, but that would help him.
At least know that he's guarding.
Yeah. That's what I meant. Yeah.
What else we got? So we have one from G, $5. Says, "What do you guys think of being able to sell Dokkan Fest units / LRs from legendary summon banners for like 25% of their coin price?"
I mean, I feel like it would be amazing for a lot of players, but I don't know if they would actually even consider doing it, because
I think 25% is just too high.
I mean, I would like
I think the only way they would consider it is if it was like 10%.
Yeah, I was gonna say 10%, 1 to 10.
Even if it was low, it would be better than nothing. Because like
Wait,
we all
no.
joked about
He's
it.
saying no, 25% would be too low. That'd be 25% of their price. That would be
it'd be 100 coins.
Yeah.
Like, per best unit.
Yeah, it would be. They would never
like,
do that.
We all joked about like the number of, I think between us, I think about everyone on this podcast, how many AGL transforming Gokus must we have pulled during this celebration? Yeah, it'd be pretty nice to trade them in, even if it was 10%. It's better than nothing.
Let me tell
Dude,
you
if I
this:
if
I
I
only
could trade
put
all
one.
those freaking transforming Gokus and Vegetas in for red coins or something, oh, that would be awesome.
Yeah, but the problem is there's nothing to use red coins on. Come on.
Okay, Mr. Rainbow Whale here. Okay.
You know what
You
would be
can
better?
buy the 120% leaders for super attacks when they get their easy A's.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Plus, even for some people who don't even people who haven't fully whaled out, or even when you're on the way to finishing off a unit, like there's been plenty of banners where you'll need a couple of copies of maybe 2 or 3 units, but you just keep pulling the same one over and over again. So like you keep pulling a unit after you finish them off, but you still need other units from the banner, because then that sort of situation, people in that situation, sorry, it would be ideal for them. So
It'd be nice if you could. What if you could convert extra dupes into level up for links that you choose?
oh,
Ooh, I like that.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
I've seen that suggestion before. Yeah.
I think
yeah,
that'd
any
be nice.
ad for making it link leveling easier would be nice.
I don't know. I feel like monetizing link levels, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll do it with the peel-off stroke.
They might, yeah. We'll see. Next we have a donation. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just JB Shaft, do it again. That's all.
Oh yeah, of course. Bogue with the 20 peso donation says, should Dokkan make original content and characters? I don't know how difficult it is to do that in terms of like licensing, but I imagine it actually is pretty difficult. So I don't know
You'd
if
be
at this
surprised
point,
how the licensing stuff is pretty over here.
and since the game's already like approaching its 6th year, I don't know if at this point it's worth doing that.
I wonder. That probably would have been way harder before, right? Shueisha being annoying, but I wonder if the Dragon Ball Room would make something like that easier now, right? That thing that they got.
Yeah.
I don't know the full details about it, but I don't know. Because I remember, people were saying that they were focusing on Kakarot, which is just so weird to me, right? Like their main focus was the Kakarot game. Is okay, sure. Let's not worry about like another anime or anything.
Yeah, it's very weird.
Sure.
Next we have a donation from Ian Heinzman. Says, who would you guys like to see get a Prime Battle LR? I guess it would have to be somebody that isn't already in the game, right? Or isn't represented in the game. Maybe like a Ma Junior, like a non-giant version, and then we can get the giant version as a Dokkan Fest.
Love it. Yep. Cool. That's good.
Or maybe a Yakon and Pui Pui for the Majin Buu celebration right now. Dual card.
We need a summonable
Yeah,
LR for Pui Pui.
And
Yeah, the legendary banner featured.
He's the part 2 LR.
Yeah.
hey, we all thought it was gonna be Goku. Goodbye, Goku last year. What did we get?
Yeah.
Earthlings really only has. It could get like a Z fighter, like combo.
I was
card.
gonna say we should get a Z fight, like have Yamcha, Krillin, Tien, and Chaozu all as one. Like that'd be great. But yeah, that is saying so. But for like the future, maybe that would be cool.
Zeitbaum, the donation says, reminder, Bulma, the second longest running and arguably best designed character in the Dragon Ball series, still doesn't have a summonable LR or solo LR period. Hashtag cancel Katsuki, cancel Bandai female LRs.
Does she not summonable unit, right? Does she? No, she's got the.
She's got the Goku. Yeah, she's got the Super Battle Road Goku and Bulma card for an LR.
Yeah, she does not have anything.
No, she has the Peppy, the waifu, like teen Bulma, but we need like a Namek Bulma. Like they gotta do better for sure.
Legion with the donation says, I hope it's Zeno Super Saiyan 4 Goku from Heroes who comes to Dokkan and brings the Super Saiyan 4 category, and not God Trunks who will buff Realm of Gods again. They definitely need a buff though. I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, Realm of Gods, because clearly we didn't have anything for this celebration. They clearly need a buff now, right?
Yeah.
Well, there's no hybrid Saiyans on that category, so it needs that buff.
Ultimate Gohan Buu Saga celebration. Well, Time to buff Realm of Gods.
Jason Maynard with the $2 says, "This is an OLR question. How come Dokkan doesn't do collabs anymore?"
Yeah, they don't need to. That's
Yeah, how many
that's the
times have we
main-
answered this?
I know I've talked about this a bunch, but
Yeah.
we get new listeners, so it's not a bad
No,
thing.
yeah, I know. I just know that you've always been the one to answer this one. That's why I'm deferring it onto you.
Basically, the long and short is Dokkan doesn't need to collab with people, and usually the games that do collab, it's because they need the revenue, and they're fine with like eating licensing costs. With Dokkan, I mean, how much more money would they get if they collabed with One Piece again, or I don't know, Demon Slayer? I have no idea how that would work, like in terms of like how much money they would gain compared to how much they have to pay out for the licensing. So just look at a cost benefit analysis and look at Dokkan. It's sitting pretty much near the top, right? So it would never.
Wait, there you go. That's the key for JP getting top grossing. They just need to collab with Fate.
Yeah. they're just gonna be fighting each other on whoever's getting on top.
Yeah, that would be like literally a monopoly. We got a donation from Phantom Phoenix. Says, "What would be your ideal hero celebration?" Some EZAs for old heroes units like Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks and some of those older ones. Maybe like new story event, special event or whatever, which gets you new characters for free. That's obviously a banner, but that's whatever. Maybe Dokkan event for a new character. Yeah, go ahead.
If they're going to theme it, like try and base it, like, because he said for a celebration. So if they're going to base it around a certain theme, people obviously talking about it would probably be Vegito, but obviously people keep talking about the inclusion of the Super Saiyan 4 category. So like for that to be a thing, they'd have to release quite a few extra units at the same time. So if you make the hero celebration featured around that, because you could have a farmable free-to-play character, you'd obviously have the banner, the new and what the secondary unit that is like introduced on the banner could be another one, because there's like 3 or 4 characters they could add, that have Super Saiyan 4 versions in heroes. And to add the category into the game, they'd really need to add like all of them at the same time, because otherwise it's going to be one of those categories like Namekians where you can literally only run like one team build, otherwise you can't run a full team.
Yeah.
So they could base the whole thing around that, and then obviously
Universe 11
Vegito would be the like the banner unit.
Yep. Yeah, like somebody's saying, give it the U11 treatment. You know, have like 2-3 farmable cards, a side card, and then a main featured pullable card. And there you go.
Yeah.
Ronbro1377 donates and says, "Isn't it weird that Boo and Cell are Dokkan Fest exclusive LRs before Frieza and Broly, who are way more popular and profitable?" Yeah, I do think that is weird. I mean, because back when they did the Goku and Frieza download celebration, that was before Dokkan Fest LRs were really like a mainstay sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
But I think if they release now, it definitely would have.
Oh, good.
I was just gonna say, I think if they release now, they definitely would be LRs.
Yeah, they definitely would. I mean, and I think because year 3, I mean, it's never been proven, and we'll probably never know for real. But it wouldn't surprise me if that Goku and Frieza from the 250 million download celebration was supposed to be the year 3 units, because the whole thing was Namek, based and everything.
Yeah, I mean, Frieza wasn't a Saiyan or Vegeta, so they had to change it.
Yep. So yeah.
I mean, if you really look at it, right? Year 3, we got the year 3 LRs. They introduced the transformation mechanic, right, with the fusion. But then Goku and Vegeta did the same thing. They had the transformation mechanic, but they did it every turn. Mm-hmm. So like I 100% believe they should have been year 3, but they just realized that probably wasn't going to sell enough, and just decided they had Goku and Vegeta in the works and just threw that in, and then just pushed Frieza and Goku back to the download celebration, because the way the mechanic was working, right? Like, we never had HP restrictions for like tough restrictions to fuse. Once the year 3 LRs dropped, everything after that was just like a chance to transform. So it's like, like Turles or Super Saiyan Blue Evolution Vegeta, they just had a chance to transform, and you're like, okay, that sucks. And then you finally dropped the consistently every turn you transform. But that mechanic, I mean, to me, that's pretty terrible because it's like, again, this is me kind of crapping on the transformation mechanic because it's like I summoned to play with the Golden Frieza, not sit for 7 turns to get to Golden Frieza, and you just could progressively get stronger. But anyway, that's the discussion for another day. But I just feel like the way the way the mechanics of each of those dual celebrations kind of happen, it should have been swapped. Like it should have been for year 3, we got Goku and Frieza. I thought that would have been hype enough to sell, but they clearly didn't think so. And then they dropped Goku and Gogeta and Vegito, and the internet broke. I remember when it all leaked, we're all like, "What the hell?" And they transform. And like I remember that was like probably the hypest time outside of like physical Vegeta Blue and AGL Rose dropping. Where,
Yeah,
like,
that was insane.
You know. So, anyways.
All right, where were we? Jalter donates $5. Says, anyone notice EZA LR Zamasu passive has something with 2 or more enemies, but only time that happens in that form is when he kills Goten and Chi-Chi. Yeah, I mean that's why he has that, right?
That's why he has it. Yeah.
Yeah. Jeebus H. Christopher with the $5 says GT Bulma with Blutz Wave active that allows you to use special transformations earlier.
Wait, I'm sorry. That's a weird like thing he said because that's literally the only scene that Goku Black has.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's literally the reason why that is his passive.
Huh.
See, that's all. I think I swear we talked about that on one of the older episodes, but like we were talking, a couple of those units that came out as part of the anniversary had those cool little touches in their passive that were based on the source material. Because the Broly, Chilai, and Lemo has when you pick up 7 orbs, they get 100% chance to dodge, which has to be a reference to them using the 7 Dragon Balls to wish him out of the way of the Kamehameha.
Yeah,
there's a couple of units that all came out at that time that have passives that are directly linked to like the source material.
You guys hear that last one?
No, say it again.
He says GT Bulma with Blutz Wave active that allows you to use special transformations earlier.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Happy for it.
Yeah.
Only problem is that would probably have bad conditions. Next one we have Cass with the $2 says Namek Bulma and Giant Crab LR. Yeah, I take it. LR Nappa donates €2 and says we need Dokkan Fest Dr. Wheelo. I don't know about Dokkan Fest Dr. Wheelo. How about just a Dr. Wheelo?
Yeah. He could be the side card, the side SSR in some banner.
Just throw him and Garlic Jr. on the same banner, alongside like a Vegito or something.
Hey, and guess what? Garlic Jr. and Dr. Wheeler got top grossing, guys. That's what happened.
Could you imagine?
Joshua, I'm not even gonna attempt to read the last name, donates $2 and says Dokkan Fest Bulma leads Peppy Gals and Dragon Ball Seekers. Yeah, that's realistic. C4 Kryptonite donates $2 and says, what about a Dokkan Fest King Vegeta and King Cold? I don't think they would sell. I know.
They wouldn't sell.
Yeah. They'd be cool as a side card, like a secondary banner unit, but not as a main unit. Joshua again says perfect Dende card. Namek Saga, 0 defense, 0 attack, heals 50% on super, gains attack when Vegeta is on rotation, gains defense when Krillin or Gohan is on rotation.
Interesting concept.
Yeah, it's very specific, but it would work.
Yeah.
Matt Walsh says, if it's possible, can you give your thoughts on my concept card I sent you? Yeah, I'll take a look at it later. Hell May Cry donates $5 and says, Akatsuki, after failing to hit top grossing in both stores, should probably consider hitting the dual Dokkan Fest Bikini Kefla and Bikini 18 button. I mean, if that's what it takes.
Well, no,
I don't know. I feel like that's just a different audience than what we have. That's all the donations I have. So maybe we can do like 1 or 2 more Twitter questions here, and then we'll move on.
This one's pretty good. So, assuming 6th year is GT themed, what are some possible cards we could get for the GT Saga celebration that isn't Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Omega transforming Omega Shenron?
I think one of them is a transforming Super Saiyan 4 Goku from like Super Saiyan 3 to Super Saiyan 4.
Super Saiyan 3 kid to Super Saiyan 4, yeah.
Yeah.
Same with Vegeta, because there's very few Vegeta GT cards that are.
Yeah, you could have a Vegeta that transforms into Super Saiyan 4.
Yeah.
I mean, they still don't even have the golden Grade 8 Vegeta card, so.
That is true.
Oh, yeah. He wasn't 8 for very long, but yeah.
Maybe all Shadow Dragons in one card.
Six
Well, they
to
should
7
do-
dragons all trying to do one super attack. All right, guys, we'll be back in about 5 minutes as the super attack winds down.
They should
Yeah.
do the same thing they did for like the Ginyu Force and Team Bardock, and do the every day you can farm up a member of the Shadow Dragons, and then you get the Sin like Omega thing at the end. Have like Sin that transforms into Omega.
Yeah. I'd be down with that.
Let's see.
We'll do like one more.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for a good one here.
I do have a side question for everybody. As Nola is trying to find a quick question real quick. Not necessarily who's more powerful and everything, but out of the two cards, who do you have just more fun running between Butang / Buhan and Vegito? Just who do you have more fun running?
Thanks, by far.
Boo, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't used Boo extensively yet, but I think it's probably going to be him.
Vegito, because he leads Majin Buu Saga.
Yeah, it's a good leader.
It's a good leader, yeah.
Okay, I mean, this one's kind of a thinker, I guess. So, apart from easy A's and link leveling, what new system or mechanic would you like to see in the game? This person says, I would like something that allows us to change either links themselves or change what a unit does on Super. Interesting concept, because that gives you more personalization and customization for your cards.
Yeah.
Would give me a reason to run 3 different LR Brolys, you know? I'd be like one full of dodge, one full of additionals, and one full of crits kind of thing. But yeah, what else would you like to see besides, you know, they've given us easy A's, they give us the links. Is there something else you would like to see them implement?
It'd be kind of funny if they did like it's like, okay, you choose, I don't know, out of your box, it'll randomly generate a team for you that you have to win an event for. Just a complete RNG mess. You have to win everything. You don't choose anything. You just the leader, everything completely random. But at least the reward would be pretty darn good. I know it's silly because you're really at the whim of RNG, but I mean, you kind of are already. So
yeah, why not take it a step further, right?
It would be kind of funny.
It's kind of a goofy kind of, you know, kick back and relax type of mode type of thing you could do. Yeah.
I mean, more or less that's really what Battlefield 1.0 was in a nutshell, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Because you just threw units out there to go, okay, top, middle, bottom, and then somehow if you made it through, like, well, I've got like way different types, no good lead skill. Let's just see what I can make out of this. So that was Battlefield 1.0 in a nutshell. But I don't know. I personally like customization. So like I thought skill equips would have been what this person's suggesting is like, okay, your super attack now lowers attack. Enemy's attack, right? If you get the skill equip, you put it on this card. That's the super attack effect, you know.
Yeah, I like that too.
Like that would have been cool. Or you know, changing links would be interesting. Kind of like build your team, build the card itself, and then test it out on a mode kind of thing. I think that would be kind of fun as well. So I don't know. Those are just me spitballing ideas.
Yeah, I mean, I would like something like that too. Anything that has to do with unconventional ways of playing or different ways of playing, I'm down for it.
If we're just talking actual mechanics as well, and not like specific modes or like specific changes to cards, I think we talked about it before, but I still wish there was some kind of auto mode or like skip ticket type thing, because some grinds, like sometimes you don't necessarily have the time for like a certain grind, and it's like if I have to play a stage like 20 times to do a specific thing, it's like you actually have to sit and manually play the stage 20 times, whereas a lot of other games now give you options for like the game either playing itself or just automatically doing the stage X amount of times.
Yeah, I see your point and I agree with you, but I can see why they don't implement that, because kind of like because you're thinking like Grand Cross or some of those where there's just the grind, it just takes care of itself, the game plays itself, and
because Grand Cross has both. You can either skip ticket and just do X amount of clears, or there's like an auto where the game plays itself essentially.
Yeah, Legends has the same thing.
Yeah, but we don't have either of those things. So it's like it comes down to, I know like some people don't do all of those things, and even when I have tons of them I still do, but like some of the stages where you farm like the currency to then buy the Kais from the shop and stuff, you might have to play the stage like 50 times or something. It'd be nice to have an option, even if it was like a few times a day or whatever, to just be like, yep, do this stage like 5 times for me, so I don't actually have to sit and go through it myself like 5 times.
Yeah, I mean, I've at a point now where, because Legends or Dokkan is so ingrained now, it just doesn't matter. But the only reason I think they don't do that is because the gameplay is the essential part of the gameplay is you click bubbles and you watch animations, right? And then the linking part and the whole cerebral aspect of the game. So by doing that, you're kind of getting rid of that. But at the same time, because it is grindy, you obviously would prefer to do that. So the only compromise I could give is like you could only do it like 3 times a day or 5 times a day. You know what I mean? And then after that, you got to actually manually play it. But if you're like trying to grind a Prime Battle LR, you're like, all right, well, I got at least 5 runs out of the way, and then I'll let me play the rest. You know, I think that would have been. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not poo-pooing your idea. I can kind of see why they don't want to implement that. But because some stages or some events are so grindy, you just want that anyways, right? So
yeah.
And yeah, Dokkan Fest exclusive Bojack needs to happen.
Yes.
Eventually it will, for sure, along with that Gohan, yeah. All right, we got a few more donations. Then after this, I think we're going to wrap up the Dokkan portion and take a break before we move into Legends. But we have a donation from Bogue, 20 pesos again. Says, what waifu cards need to be in Dokkan? I mean, like people talked about Bulma earlier. That's for sure something we need, a better version of Bulma. We got Launch, which is the other one which I really wanted. So other than that, I mean, I don't know what else we could even get. Anyone else have any ideas? Maybe that one like illusion person from the Tournament of Power that Master Roshi fought. I don't know. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
Do we have a Dokkan Fest exclusive 18?
No. I mean, we just have like normal versions of her.
Yeah. Could use a DFE of her. Trying to think off the top of my head.
Yeah, Kaioken Chi-Chi, man. The one.
That's a good one.
Well, that's the thing. I wonder, because I joke about it all the time, because she's definitely at the top of the tier of Dragon Ball waifus for me. But I wonder if, like, because she's specifically a collaboration with Fighters card, if they'll ever do any other representation of 21 in Dokkan.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't know. This guy says PS5 hype. What up, Dokkan fam? I got shafted on Bootanks. Only pulled 1 copy and 3,000 stones, and 15 LR Gohans, 6 Super Saiyan 4 Vegetas. Vegito banner was nice. 2 copies in 2 rounds. Sometimes that happens. I've been there before. We've all been there.
Yeah, we've all been there.
And then Phantom Phoenix says giant form SPR hard for no reason. Well, I mean, you gotta have orb investments in your giant units, I guess, for that to be doable.
Wait, isn't Cumber like? I mean, it's been so long, but wasn't Cumber really good for that stage?
Yeah, but most people probably
Cumber, he's pretty good.
Most people probably don't have him because he's only been around once.
Yeah, he's been on the Heroes banner, so.
Well, he's good.
I think that's it. Unless you guys have anything else you want to mention, we can take a quick break and move on to Legends after that.
Yeah, we can move on. We can move on from that. I mean, there's really nothing else really to talk about until we see more stuff for part 2. So.
Yeah.
I mean, the only only thing we can talk about is what do you think we'll see for part 2? But I mean, we're still at least a week away, I want to say.
Probably
Yeah, do
next
we
week is when
know?
we'll see it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say we don't know yet exactly when it's gonna be, do we?
Nope.
No. I mean, I assume it's about a week,
Yeah.
maybe a week and a half. So I mean, as much as I like to speculate, I feel like we can wait a little bit closer till we get there, to do that. So
Yeah,
I'm
definitely.
good. I'm good. We can move on if you guys want.
All right. I guess we'll take like a 5 to 10 minute break, and we'll be back with Legends after that. So stay tuned.
Yep, good.
Hello. So we're back. Got the Legends crew here. We're still waiting on like 1 or 2 more people to show up, but we'll go ahead and get started, and they can come by in the meantime. So you guys let me know if the audio is fine, the volume levels of everyone else who's talking. But we have a list of topics that we need to go over here. This week in Legends, we've had some interesting things happen, including the best unit in the game releasing. It's pretty unanimous, I think. But we're going to go ahead and get started here. So the first topic we have to talk about is Zenkai LF Gohan. Let's just get right to it. Personally, with me, I've tested him out, not super extensively, but I mean, I've played a bunch with him, and I don't know if I've felt this level of power from a unit since Zenkai Beerus came out. And that was back, I think it was November or December. So, it's been a while. But I don't think it's to the same level. Because when Zenkai Beerus came out, he was like, no other unit in the game was like within like 2 tiers of him. And now with Gohan, I would say Gohan is the best, but it's not like he's tiers above Vegito Blue. I think Vegito Blue is still, competing with him for the best unit. But I think Gohan just does edge him out. So, it's hard to really justify the reasoning behind making him this good, given the fact that he's just so premium and an LF unit and stuff. But I don't know. You guys let me know what you think. But he's definitely insane. And hybrids now have what? Is this like 3 or 4 Zenkai units? Even if you want to include
4.
the blue trunks, yeah,
blue trunks, the purple Gohan, and now this one.
Yeah.
So I agree that he's probably the single strongest unit in the game, and he was very, very reminiscent of Beerus when he came out. Just 3 blast cards and you're dead kind of deal. But I think if the best unit is still Vegito Blue, just because of his utility he brings and winning the combo that you can ultimately chain into a Rising Rush or whatever it may be. And I think that's more important. I think when Gohan gets the utility, like this Hum family team or the hybrid family team gets more of the the green cards that grant priority, or a cover change unit, kind of like Red Goku, but on hybrid stands or whatever, then the accentuate Gohan more, he will take that spot. But right now, I think due to the powerhouse of the future and God Key teams, frankly even fusions, that Vegito Blue is still number 1. But it's the fact that we're even having the discussion means that there's 2 monsters in the meta right now. And if you check the the ranking boards, it's probably going to agree with Gohan being the strongest.
Yeah, I agree 100%. That's exactly it. He's quite the spooky monster, this guy.
I think the only argument you have for saying Beerus is better is, not Beerus, Vegito Blue is better, is because of the Rising Rush, like the ease that he has in farming the Rising Rush, right? But my argument against that would be Gohan is so powerful that I feel in most of the games that I use him, we don't even get to the point where Rising Rush is relevant. He just kills everybody before then. It's actually pretty ridiculous.
Oh, I think in friendly matches, he's far more BM'd than Vegito Blue if you're not running with a RR. He just can take you out of... He's a living RR. If he has a full hand and you can't swap, you're done.
Exactly, yeah. All right. Anybody?
Back to the point where all these game systems are intertwined, and you can't really just remove one and be like, "Oh, this will fix the game," because no, if there's no RR, then Gohan just deletes your whole team. You can't get rid of him. You got problems. So,
but I think the blast armor and the blast cover change from Vegito Blue. That's when I personally see utility. That's what I think of, and I think a very skilled player with blast armor can control the mid range. Gohan doesn't bring anything like that to the table if you don't count his ultimate. And I think that's where he's truly lacking. He is the definition of a glass cannon beat stick. He doesn't do anything else but kill you.
It's like that meme where you have like the guy who's like saying like 7 paragraphs of stuff and the other guy's just like haha or whatever. It's like, because Vegito Blue, you look at his kit, it's like 10 books long. And he's doing like everything in the game. He's just like, yeah, like I'm doing all this fancy stuff with blast armor. I have cover change. I have supreme damage on my ultimate. And then Gohan just comes in and he's like, haha, I have blast cards. And then he just puts blast cards to one shot everybody.
400% to my damage output.
I think what you mean is Gohan go brr.
Yeah.
That's the best way to summarize it. No, you can't beat me. I have type advantage. Haha, brr.
No, he's
Exactly.
definitely easier to get wins with than Vegito Blue. I will admit that.
Yeah.
I've seen
Every time I've used Gohan, though, I will say that people just rising rush him like at every possible opportunity. They just get rid of him as soon as possible. So he still has been a little bit challenging to use against people that somewhat know what they're doing.
he
Well, I
is,
mean,
he's that on your showcase, Goresh, when you use the future Gohan with the death buffs, that's almost the perfect complement for the Gohan because that's really all he's lacking. If he had card draw, oh my goodness! If one of his passives gave him card draw, Jesus, would have been crazy.
The purple LL Goten supports Gohan too, doesn't he?
yeah, but
Yeah.
it's just blast damage and cooldown on the swap.
Yeah, so it's just putting all of those guys together. But the fact that you got this guy that you can be like, all right, my opponent has a Rising Rush coming my way. I have a throwaway. Just having a throwaway is insane.
I mean, we have this new Goten coming. Isn't he supposed to be a support type?
Yeah,
Watch it
he's
be
a
like
support type
maybe
for
two.
certain tags, which I assume is going to be Sun, Family, and Hybrids, but I don't know if it's specified. I'm actually going to pull it up so I can make sure.
Well, I
I
mean,
really hope
if
he's
he
red.
brings card draw, then GG.
If he's red,
Yeah, oh my god, can you imagine? He brought card trust me. Stop.
Oh man, he gives card draw speed for 10 seconds on swap out. Watch it happen.
Oh god. All right, let me.
If they have any type of cover changer too, well, on that banner between the two hybrids, the Trunks and the Goten that transform, it's going to make the hybrids team even that much more dangerous too.
Yeah, B-Jump doesn't specify the tags, but I assume it's going to be.
When you look at their spread, you can kind of tell, like the stat spread on the page.
Well, no, I'm just saying the tags that he supports. It doesn't say which tag, but I assume it's going to be hybrids and Sun Family. I mean, they could be kids, I guess, but I don't think they would do that. So yeah, I mean that banner should be dropping this week, right? I mean, unless they're going to do
this week, should have the banner, and then they're teasing. This isn't in the episode topics, but we got the in-game news that said that we don't know which one, but Android 6 or 718 is coming next.
Yeah. I assume it's going to be the blue one because she would be the best counter for. It's literally the polar opposite. They released the Zenkai for Yellow 18. She just gets decimated by Gohan. They released the blue one. She has like damage up versus hybrids, and she's blue. So I mean, it's kind of obvious to me that's going to be the blue one. But
her with Vegito because she's a blue buffer.
Yeah.
Before they do that, though, oh my god, please release some sort. Let soul farming be easier, please, because this is crazy. We can't keep up. It's not happening.
How about auto repeat, auto entry?
I can't so the problem is okay, you can skip Ticket Simulator at these stages, but then you need energy, but I don't have any energy, so I can't do the soul. You know what I mean? It's just this infinite cycle of one thing tends to be lacking, and right now it's both. Too many souls are needed, too little energy to give them.
Yeah, for me the problem is energy. I'm almost fully depleted for energy tickets, but I actually am ready for blue 18 Zenkai. Please let it be the blue one because it's the yellow one. I'm not ready.
Why should be the red one?
Yeah, right. Yeah, good luck.
That'd be hilarious. It's like, oh, what's that? You guys hated new red units? How about some red Zenkais, one after another?
Yeah, this is the third one in a row. No way.
Well, I mean, didn't they do purple Vegeta, then yellow DKP, and now red Gohan?
So blue would be, if you're establishing some type of color rotation, then blue or green would be next.
Yeah, because we haven't gotten the last blue Zenkai we got was Trunks, right? The anniversary one.
Yeah, and then we didn't get a green one, have we? No, because the last one was Boo, right? No, we got 16.
No.
We got 16.
Yep.
So I see where you're going, Prof. I see. Nice.
It was like, poison cure kind of deal. But I honestly think blue 18 would be the one I would want. I know yellow 18 has a cool ultimate, but I love her blue card.
Yellow
I
18
think she would answer Gohan.
Has the ultimate, and more players are going to have her 7 stars or beyond. But the blue one would be much more useful in the meta right now, if you're lucky enough to have pulled her enough.
Yeah, she has not come back in many banners that I think about it. I haven't seen her very often.
Because she debuted on Legends Androids back it's This was like not even that far after Purple Gohan came out, I don't think. I mean, she was really good when she came out, but there was like almost nobody that had her because of how rare she was. Like nobody was pulling on the Legends Androids banner back then, right? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, that was such a fake banner when it came out.
I remember everyone saying, "Don't summon."
Yeah.
Summon on this shit.
Watch so many people go for her and just get the yellow one.
She was like unfeatured filler on plenty of banners, so I actually have her at like 10 stars, but you know the odds of predictably pulling unfeatured units is non-existent. So
the only reason I even have her at 9 stars is because of the happy bags. Like I pulled like 6 copies of her off the happy bag. If I didn't summon the happy bag banner, she'd be at like 3 stars for me, which is insane. So
I just sit here and think, hey, you remember all your summons throughout like a year and a half? That's just always crazy to me when you're like, I pulled her on this banner. It's like I don't even remember what the heck I pulled on that banner. Maybe that's where I got it because I have her at 9 stars too, and I don't even remember pulling her.
We summoned together. What the heck?
I remember summoning on it. And we got like shafted. But I don't remember what the heck we got. Oh, it was terrible, bro. Like I was so sad. I was like $80, dog. Like,
dude, everyone was like, "Oh, I got 3 LFs. Me and you got none." We're like, "What the hell? What is
you
this?
literally went in for Super Saiyan 3, and then all of a sudden you had like a 14 star like a month later.
Yeah, I guess no.
Well, 2 months later, whatever it was. It was fast.
It was the Frieza and Piccolo banner. I showed my summons.
Was
so
it?
I hope there's
That would have only been like 2 months after the Happy Bag banner.
So he came back on, the Legends Premium banner with the golden ticket, whatever. So I got a couple of copies with 4 golden tickets and the 20 silver ones, but the rest of them came from that Piccolo banner. I don't know why that banner just kept dropping LFs. I got 3 in 1,000 CC to show that I'm not I'm not lying. Because I'm being completely honest. Luckiest I've ever been.
Yeah, I believe you. It happens, man. You have your times. Like the game just randomly will be like, "Oh, sorry about those 6 months. Here's everything for you."
Now I just need a Zenkai.
Who do you think will get it first, Goten or him?
I hope they don't go through order of release, because then it's just gonna be more hybrid.
Sun Family is gonna be
No, if it's Goten, be Sun Family.
Please just go by order of like who needs it most. Don't do.
Then we would have 2 Sun Family LF Zenkais that are boosted by another Zenkai, because you also have Purple Gohan boosting Purple Hybrids.
Namek Goku. Can you imagine him getting a Zenkai? Oh no!
Bring it on! I want to see it. I don't even care. Like I want to see all these busted units getting Zenkai. Like Zenkai IT Goku.
The floodgates
the whole world.
No, Zenkai IT. He can counter tap attacks.
Good.
No.
I don't care.
At this point, it's like whatever.
Yeah. That's the point I'm at.
He would be so good with his.
I don't want him to get one. Definitely not him. Like, dude, he can counter tackles.
He doesn't care for backflipping all day.
You gotta give me Blue Bardock first, and then you can give me a Goku.
Wait. Okay. Who would you guys want a Zenkai least? Broly or him?
Well, I want
Okay, 100%.
Yeah, it would be
him. I want Broly actually.
It would be IT Goku.
IT Goku would be the second coming. No.
I would not want him to get the Zenkai. I want him to be the last guy. Because think about it. There's enough units with like stupid kits that complement him perfectly. Like just put LF Frieza and backflip forever. It doesn't matter. You get the increased key recovery and blue cards. You just sit there. Easy.
But you need to cover tap
Super Saiyan
attacks, dude.
What's that?
You need to counter the tap attacks because Gohan is too strong.
He counters everything. He doesn't. You can't tackle him. You're not gonna tap shot him. You can't blue card him. You can't do anything. You can only rising rush him. But I mean, that's good luck locking him in so you can do that.
I just want movies or LOE to get another Zenkai.
Oh my god, please! The last LOE update was Zenkai Cooler, and then before that was LF Frieza. It's been like 6 months or something.
Would you pod Frieza?
I would take anything at this point. Like, Zenkai, she saw me. I don't care.
Coming out, bro. Like in January or something, they're just gonna go insane, and LOE is gonna be busted again. Don't worry.
Like the form one, the original.
Yeah, the
LOE's weakest color right now is probably red. That's like they need something
Oh,
there.
Yeah.
metal cooler, please.
Yeah, metal cooler would be a good one. I mean, the biggest one, honestly, it's kind of a weird situation because chilled would help a lot, but it would be Zenkai ability. It wouldn't even be him. Like Cooler getting the Zenkai ability along with Ella Frieza getting the Zenkai ability, that would be the most impactful Zenkai ability that they could do. But in terms of what unit would be the best to do right now, I
Definitely
mean,
red. The red transforming Frieza does not do like any damage.
Yeah, but I don't know if they'd give him more. I think they'd give it to Metal Cooler first. I mean,
yeah,
they could.
Metal Cooler's the one who needs it. Then
Yeah.
Then they got defense, some debuffing, some card deletion support.
It'd be
I
great
could
for
see-
movies and LOE. That's a 2-for-1 right there.
And regen.
Another combo green card.
That double buffed Zenkai unit for regen. Sounds reasonable.
Yeah. They could also do one for Yellow Frieza, the OG one. He would be pretty good. The only problem is his Z ability only buffs yellow. So,
And
he
he
would add a second clause to it, like Yellow Frieza Force or Yellow LOE.
if they want to buff the Z ability, then yeah, sure.
It seems like they feed off of the character's original kit, and that Frieza has nothing really going for him other than the green card, which of course Vegito Blue would be immune to. And yeah, so
Well, if he just got a stupid amount of damage to Saiyans, he'd be fine. He already does 40% to Strike.
it'd be like
I
another
mean,
one of the red cell.
If they
He
want to
have
go,
like 60% to Saiyan damage or like increased damage.
if they want to go crazy, they could just give one to Green Golden Frieza.
That would be crazy.
Do it. I don't care. I mean, they need the buff.
But what other green units would he buff?
He would buff Zero because the only other unit
him
on
and
there
Kisame,
is
dude.
Green Cooler.
Well, it sounds like they need to drop like a green Mecha Frieza.
That green
and, like-
cooler could use his Zenkai also because he's terrible too.
He's a
Yeah.
movies unit though, right?
Yeah, be great with that Zenkai cooler.
Yeah, it would. I don't know. I think LOE just needs, like, instead of Zenkais, they just need more units. Like, there's not that
Yeah,
many
I agree.
options for the team at this point.
You literally have like 4 that are like really competent. Then you have like 3 or 4 backups.
Yeah,
While
I
we're
mean,
just talking about,
go ahead.
while we're just talking about Zenkais, I really, instead of it having a page on the summoning panel, it needs its own upgrade page. This is really confusing for a lot of people.
Wait, do what? Do what to the update page?
For
Update-
the, you know how right now you get like a special banner you unlock when you unlock Zenkai?
oh
if you-
yeah, how it's gated if they're not 7 stars or higher.
I can't tell you how many times I get the question, how do I get that? I'm sure you guys too. I feel like they just need to have a separate upgrade panel, just like how we soul boost a unit. I could still pay my chrono crystals there, but I feel like it would be more defined and people would see which Zenkai units they currently have unlocked and which ones they can boost at that time.
Hmm.
I mean, we said it last week too. Anything that can help kids just kind of understand. Sorry, people, not kids. My bad. It can just help people understand how to jump into the game and actually play it is a welcome change at this point because there's so many things that it's like first like 6 months. I don't even know how many comments I got. How does Zenkai even work? And it's like they never. I didn't even know how it worked for the first month or 2. I didn't even look at it. I was like, I don't have beers to 7 stars. Doesn't even matter. And then I looked at it and I was like, oh, this is BS. I got you. Like, so it's like anything that you can explain to help people understand to actually be able to play the game properly, I'm down. Like, that's fine. How people don't even know how equipment awakening works still.
Oh, the way it works is you just don't do it. That's how it works.
I mean, literally, dude, we were doing that stream the other night. I saw 5, 10, 15 people saying like, what is he doing right now? How does he get this? I forget. How do you get Z equips? Like, it's like, bro, just put a little box in there. That, like, you open up your equipment thing or whatever, and at the top it explains it in this little tiny dialogue. It's not hard to say.
All they have to
upgrade
do
this.
to make Equipment Awakening better is just make so that if you use better equips to make the equipment, then it gives you a higher
You have a
chance
higher chance.
of a better roll. Yeah.
I agree.
People still assume that if I put a piece of equipment on the first slot, I get the first buff. Like, this is minor confusions
crazy.
about that.
I haven't.
That's
seen that in a
strange. I don't know how you get that.
I have seen
I
that.
see that question all the time. People always ask, if I put this piece of equipment on the first slot, do I only get the first one? Am I getting all of them? And I always say, you get all of them. There's no condition. You just get
I
the
think
whole
it's
thing.
because at day 1 players, there was only 2 item slots originally, right?
Uh,
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Yep.
think that's why I'm not confused by it. Like, I can see where if you're seeing 3 for 3 and you're new to the game, you might say, "Oh, which slot do I want the buff on?" I could see that being a legit question.
Yeah, but just the fact that so many people asking it is probably grounds for them to provide an explanation, because clearly people aren't. It's not very clear.
I think Gresh even mentioned it last week, saying that he wants to see the stats change when you equip items. Or maybe I'm getting people mixed up.
Yeah, so like on a specific unit, let's say you're thinking about, okay, yeah, which equip is better. Generally, what you do now is you just see which boosts your ability bonus more, right? When you equip you swap equips out, you're like, okay, this one gives you more ability bonus, this one's better. So instead of just saying that, I feel like, let's say you have an equipment equipped onto a unit, and you're thinking about, okay, I wonder if this one's better than this one I have currently equipped on. If you like long tap on the one you want to use, it'll give you a breakdown and be like, okay, yeah, this stat's increasing, this stat's decreasing, this is what it's going to do.
Yeah, like little red and green arrows that point like up and down and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. Yeah.
That'd be fantastic. I didn't even think about the long tap thing to keep the clutter off your screen in case you don't even care.
Actually, now that you mention that, the equipment system is the only piece of the UI that they've redesigned and functionally made worse than what it used to be.
Kidding me? Have you tried upgrading the items back when you had to get the specific one?
No, not upgrading them. I'm talking about just the way that you could see your team and what equips were on everybody. Like it used to be like vertical.
Yeah.
Like a full team preview with all items up.
Yeah, and you'd have all 6 characters, and they'd have to the right, the 3 going right, and you'd see every single equipment on all the characters. Like now, you have to go like into the party customization screen, and while you're choosing your party members, you click on that individual one, and then you can see just that one person's 3 equips. And I feel like they made that system worse when they could have made that one a little better.
I feel like if you weren't a day one player, you don't really
miss you even remember that. Like the way
I remember it. I miss it. I love it because mainly I always liked it because you could take a screenshot of every unit you owned at once, and you could see all your items and send it to your buddy and say, "This is my team." Definitely.
Exactly. Yeah, that was the best team sharing, I guess, feature that they had. Yeah, I would agree with that for sure.
I do miss that.
So they like reorganized that page, like made it back to where it was there. Then you click on each character, and then it'll like have their stats on the top like 2/3 of the page, and the very bottom will have their equips, and you can manipulate them, and it'll do like what Goresh is saying. It'll be like it'll physically show you which stats are being impacted and by how much.
I think
that would be much preferred. Right now, I even make the mistake sometimes right now where I'm trying to change equips on characters, and I click on the character twice, and I like physically remove them from my team instead of accidentally putting equips on them and stuff. I'm like, oh crap, let me start over real quick.
Oh, I always get lost when I'm team building, and I don't, I clear out my team and then I start reforming it, but I forget, I'm looking for a unit that was on the original team, so it's at the top of the list. I think I'm just blind. I scroll up and down. I just can't find them all day, and they're just sitting at the top.
Yeah.
That happens to the best of us.
Also, go ahead.
No,
he was agreeing with Sensei.
No, something else that people don't even realize is in the game are the preset teams. I feel like people don't even know what that is a lot of the time.
Oh yeah, the extra slots beyond your 6, and you can save them and summon them and override them. And
I hate that. I like that we have that because compared to the old system, it's fantastic, but it's confusing. You have to save that team, and then it's going to call back all the items and the full team members that were associated with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd prefer to just have a longer list I can keep scrolling through, or
oh yeah, same here.
Yeah,
I agree with that too. All right, well. We sort of talked about Zenkai Gohan a little bit. I guess we'll sort of go back to that later because he's going to come up a lot. But the second thing on the topic list is Zenkai Red Cell. Now, I'm assuming most of you guys haven't done it yet, or haven't even bothered.
Touched him at all, but I have a friend that is obsessed with Cell, so he chose him over the Gohan. Feedback about the Cell, like much better credit than what we all gave him for just at a glance looking at his kit on paper.
I've fought him a few dozen times to say the least, and I think that his bulk is very notable. You can't ignore him on the field. You can't ignore his ultimate damage. That being said, I'm not intimidated by him. He does just feel like a red wall.
Mm-hmm.
The new red Cell that resurrects definitely feels way better.
Yep.
before and after with that buff. You have to respect his first life now. Before, you really could just with any competent unit, you could take him out in 3 to 4 cards. No, you got a combo on him now, and I think that was a huge buff, and part of Garesh's prophecy of him being a bench came true. But I think red green was enabled by his coming too.
Yeah, I mean, because my sort of, I guess, conspiracy theory about them releasing him so fast after the other one had already come out was they were sort of testing the waters with this new cell because they really didn't know how good he was going to be. This is our first time trying this, so it's fine. I like when they try new things. And then I guess they sort of felt like he wasn't as good as they thought he would be, so they're like, okay, yeah, we'll just release the Zenkai cell to buff him a little bit, and that was their premise behind him. So because I actually have this cell at 400% Zenkai 7. And I've used him in PvP a little bit, and I definitely do think the transforming cell does feel better, in my opinion. The thing that really hurts this Zenkai cell is he has no way of actually getting ki other than his main ability, and his main ability only gives him 20 ki. So, I mean, if he had gotten ki on switching, that would have been a completely different story. The reason why Demon King Piccolo, one of the reasons why he's so good, is because he switches in, he's getting like bajillions of ki, right? That's like one of the reasons why he can just be insane instantly. But Cell, like, he does a lot of damage, but you switch into him, his blast cards are like 20 plus cost, and you can only use like 1 or 2, and that's it. The combo's over. So his ultimate definitely is his biggest asset. I feel like in my showcase I showed that pretty well. But other than that, I would just always prioritize the new Cell. Depending on star level, obviously, but I have a much more enjoyable time running the new cell just as well. Yeah, I don't know. I think it wasn't a waste of a Zenkai because, Regen is going to be definitely getting more red units in the future, so he can be helpful there. I mean, we have Omega, who's going to be a good partner. I mean, not a partner, but a good unit to run with that buff. So, I don't know. Probably should pass on him for now if I was a more casual player.
You touched on Omega, and we got that fancy LBR button, so I got to have a lot of fun with some of my friends.
Yeah,
I have a friend that pretty much 100 to 0 with Omega, both my purple Gohan and my red Gohan at different occasions, just to give you an idea of how hard Omega can hit with the Cell Zenkai bench.
Yeah, I haven't done a video on that yet. That's going to be one of my next ones that I do, is the Omega being buffed by that Cell Zenkai.
Yeah, that's been one of the more intimidating outcomes of this new cell. So if you're a Regen main, I think it's an easy sell. But the unit is good in that respect. I do agree with the general census that he's kind of meh when it comes to who am I picking and who am I nervous.
Yeah, I mean, you want to keep him on the sideline for just the Zenkai ability, unless you see that you're going up against a full Saiyan team and they might not be, they don't have Vegito Blue or some really outstanding blue unit. Then you could definitely bring him and exploit him. Otherwise, just leave him on the bench. If you're, mirroring versus Regen or fighting something where he doesn't even get buff damage because there's no Saiyans at all, like androids or something, yeah, just leave him on the bench then.
Yeah, I think he's
it brings up a more interesting point when y'all are talking about the new cell and all that and Metal Cooler, because I feel like we're going to be seeing that mechanic again soon. And when you said Metal Cooler, like, he's the first one that comes to mind because there's so many Metal Coolers in the Metal Cooler army. I feel like they'll have the passive where the Metal Coolers are not super strong, but they'll have that repeatable passive like twice over, and you'll have 3 health bars on your team.
Oh boy,
no!
Stop.
Or even better, suggested this, right? What if Metal Cooler, the new one that's got this ability, is on your team, and you bring him to battle, right? You have to bring him to battle, but he's not in the field. He's like switched off. Every time one of your active character dies, they get replaced by a Metal Cooler.
No.
Until 3 of them, and then you have to kill all 3 of them.
So I had that kind of idea before, where I was thinking that you'd have a perfect cell similar to one we have, and then you could spawn Cell Juniors in your dead slots as for his main ability. But obviously, Infinite Vanish is horrifying, and I do not. One of the main things that drives me nuts is when the whole resurrection thing. Vanish, even with 1 HP, is stupid powerful, right? And the idea of resurrecting multiple units at once, you're giving that person 2, 3 more vanishes. Yeah, how many times have you been comboed endlessly by a guy that just hits you, swaps to the next unit, backpedals, swaps, vanishes over and over and over, right?
Yeah.
Reviving units That just sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, but then it's going to get to the point where you're running them, the enemy runs them. All of a sudden, all the people playing the game have essentially like 5 characters on their team. Like it's 2021 at this point. Like I don't know. It could be neat.
We're getting past 2020.
Yeah,
We'll see
right.
about that.
If the giant meteor doesn't show up, I think we'll survive the year.
Dinosaurs resurrect.
I mean, that you say that and it'll actually happen, so don't say that.
The movie We're Back.
I'm pretty sure I saw a report somewhere that says that they're actually attempting to do some Jurassic Park level of DNA manipulation.
Yeah, I saw that too.
So you might be right. You never know.
Uh-oh.
I guess the next topic is LBR returning. And I know we're going to have some differing opinions about LBR. Me personally, I really like the friend aspect of it. I think the button just being there to be able to, play around with 14-star units across the board is honestly, it's one of the best things this game's ever done. And
that should be a permanent feature, and any friend battles you do should have customizable rule sets before you enter the lobby, just like Dragon Ball Fighters.
I have to know for a fact, though, it's not popular amongst the biggest funders of the game.
Oh,
They
yeah.
don't want it.
Well, they've never really tested it yet. So
I agree.
Right
I think it would foster a huge competitive community.
Wait, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right now, they are content not spending the extra money or dev time to add more features to just friend battles. But I feel like if they did it, and then people could actually start experiencing it, and people would appreciate it a lot more than not having it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love that you can take any unit out of your box and decide, hey, is this worth my time to invest in, and try it out versus your buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, as opposed to like I mean, I see what they were doing with the button on the summon banner that says try, but it's like you're fighting a Cyberman that it has infinite life. You don't really get a good sense of what the character's capable of. You can see all their animations and stuff.
No, also the Cyberman doesn't do shit. Like,
He just stands there and bends over and takes it. Like,
and I personally, I hyper focus one team right now so I can get close to 14-star because it's the only way I'll pull it off, right? But if I had a permanent LBR button, I would chase one copy of every unit in the game.
So that also might be why you're not having too many problems dealing with that red cell, because the Gohan is not a Saiyan and he's also not Super Saiyan 1, so he'll just eat right through that red cell, that new one.
Oh, I have the anti-meta team, but this is the only time I've ever been in this kind of position, so it's kind of fun.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Yeah, me personally, I'm not a huge fan of the actual LBR mode itself in terms of like the the tickets, and you have 3 tries per day. I don't even partake in that. I just leave my tickets there and I just let them rot.
Oh, you're gonna hear about my experience today. I was like, all right, most people are doing their little LBR videos. I'll record one too. Let me sit down and do all 6 of my matches.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
4 people disconnected to prevent themselves from losing. And upon the 4th person doing it, the game is just at that point like, we don't know what the hell's going on, so we're banning you too. Like, it could very well be my fault, like according to the game. So I got banned from even participating for the rest of the day because 4 people disconnected on me. So I was like, all right, that's chill. So I was like, I guess I'll upload 5 fights, not 6.
For me, I just don't want the headache, so I'm just not even gonna try it. But I really do like the friend aspect. I recommend to people who, if you had a bad experience with the mode, I would recommend just if you have a friend who plays the game, or you find somebody else to play with, I would definitely say it's worth it to try out at least a few of the units that you have at maybe like 2 or 3 stars in the LBR mode, because it's a really different experience for you for sure.
And LBR mode is something they keep like de facto defaulting back to, but I feel like it illustrates a bigger point for the game, which is like they are willing to get rid of that stupid casual match button and replace it with other game modes, which is what they're doing right now. So maybe in the future they could consider doing other stuff with that casual match button. So there's always something neat like this on a rotation, because nobody plays casual match. So give us like LBR. Put the ultimate battle with all your weird and wonky rule sets on that little left button. Like, do a bunch of stuff. I don't care. Just do different things. Have it rotating all the time. That'd be great.
Well, yeah, I think it's important that they reach out and they show that they do want the game to be competitive. I mean, I know we can roll our eyes when mechanics like Rising Rush are in the game, but I do like that they're letting us, be on an even playing field and try to see how high we can get up this ladder. I've personally been very excited. I've had some laggy matches, but I'm nervous going into my fights, and I like winning my fights. And I know there has to be tons of other people that get that nervous, in the back of their neck. They're not worried about the CC. They want to get 21 out of 21, right? And I like that part about LBR, and I really, 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 really want to see it keep coming back and them doing little mini tournaments, if you would, of this nature.
No, I'm not against the mode at all. I'm just saying
specifically, but just start adding a bunch of stuff on rotation in that casual match button. Like they could do LBR once a month. They could do 4 different events throughout the month. Each one lasts like a week. Have LBR on casual match button 1 week, have Ultimate Battle there a second week, and then create 2 other weird rule set rotating game modes.
Only extreme, only heroes.
Yes, my favorite event in the history of this game was when they did the EX only LBR.
Yeah,
that was really
cool
good.
Season. That was a cool season.
That was the only PvP event I ever skipped, and that's because I couldn't run my team.
But no, like, because my thought process behind it is I do definitely I think the concept behind the mode itself is good. But the execution and the people who are lagging, DCing, blah blah blah, it just makes it so that I just don't want to play it. But I think the concept of everyone being on an even playing field definitely is good. So
yeah, I'll definitely agree that the tickets and the queuing into the matches only X amount of times per day based off how many tickets you have is pretty stupid.
I think that the real issue is that you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think there's a seeding thing, right? Pretty sure anybody is versus anyone until you start getting a new ranking within their system. So that's not really a fair representation for most people of who you are on the LBR racket. So it'd be really interesting if they, and I don't know how they do it on a mobile game, for being honest, but if they had a way of seeding people based off your performance in past seasons.
Yeah,
it kind of does that. Like the more points you get in LBR, the more chance you're going to queue up with people that have more points. But you're right. Like it just, besides the regional servers, like I can't play against someone in Japan. It's just whoever queues up at the same time and whoever's like within like 2,000 points of you, it could just match you versus them randomly.
Well, at the start of a PvP season, when it resets you to 35 and you see a battle rank 30 person that didn't even hit 50 last season, right? It's just a slaughter fest all the way to 40.
Yeah.
This is even worse. This is the guy that doesn't even know what's happening. He just found out what Legends is. He hit that that button, and then who am I versus, right? And then they just lose. Or maybe they just rage quit and close the app, and then that's the DC that you're thinking on your end is like, what the heck is this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is that. But I don't know. 3 out of my 6 matches today, not including the 4 quitters, were people that had a pretty damn good idea of what they were doing. But then the other 2 people, whatever, they were just trash.
I had laggy trash. I'm sorry, I'm not. That's mean to talk about players in that respect because they're just probably new players. But I had laggy matches that were not enjoyable, and I did not have high skilled players. I think I had one guy that almost got me with a Shinron team of all things. But
if you're like just laggy or whatever, I can't fault you too much all the time. Some people it's obvious when like you start winning and it's like, oh, I'm glad the connection's garbage now. I got you.
Yeah.
But aside from that, like, yeah, new players and stuff, but it is garbage when people DC. It just ruins the game for every single person, and it's like, just don't play it. Like, just don't play it. I don't get it. It's the same people going to co-op with like not even full soul boosted or no bench or whatever, and it's like, you're wasting both our time here, man.
You mean bringing level 1 Pycon to co-op? Yeah.
I don't get it. Like, I understand being a troll, but it's like, I don't know who you are. I'm not gonna be able to be like, whoa, this guy got me. Like, I don't know. Drives me insane, bro.
I have some people, and I'm seeing. I think Goresh might have experienced this last season when he grinded up. But I see the same people every single day when I PvP now.
Yeah.
And I've seen both ends of the spectrum. I've seen them lag. I've seen my match drop in lobbies versus people I've had perfectly clean fights versus. And I don't even report people anymore. I'm blaming Bandai because it's either they're going through the tunnel for work, but some of these people are on DMs with me as I'm finding them in queue, and the game is just atrocious. And then sometimes it's perfect, and then sometimes the match drops for seemingly no reason. I even had a guy at me on Twitter today just for that reason, because all of our matches have been fine, and then boom, gone.
Yeah, I mean, I fought. I think this happened with Bebop once, where I queued into him and we fought, and it was going like perfectly smooth, and then it just dropped for both of us, and he got the win and I got the win. So it's like, what the hell?
Yeah, but that match that is laggy, and
the Rising rushed him, and he still lost. But yeah, I remember that too.
Like, it looked like conspiracy. That was when he was going for #1 for Golden Showdown, right?
Yeah, I think that was that season. Yeah, because that was when Zenkai Cooler first came out, and I was showing it off, I think.
Yeah, the blue one. Yep.
Yeah.
And that happens to me too. I've been accused of cheating and quitting and rage quitting. Madara, YouTube, who now I'm friends with him now, but him and his little buddy Wolf, they came at me.
Is so obsessed with me, it's ridiculous. Like,
oh, that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm on. All right, I maybe I use the word friends too tightly because I don't know him that well, but I'm on good acquaintances with him now. But he messaged me like, "Oh, we know you DC'd me and Sam Wolf and got you on camera." I'm like, "Bro, dude, the game just took a shit, man. Like, I don't play this game ultra competitively. Like, I don't even try for the top leaderboards anymore. I have no reason to run my real name in PvP and be out here cheating. Like, that's just stupid."
I'm more bothered you said Madara and not Madara.
I never watched that show. All right, don't.
You're part of the anime community and you've never heard the name Madara? I don't know, bro.
Dude, until I watched
I've
this
seen
intro, I didn't know either.
Pronounce it. How about that?
Fair play.
But yeah, so me and him are on good terms now, but it started out the same way. It was probably your Twitter conversation, Sensei, where it's like, okay, I think you DC'd. And they're like, no, I think you DC'd. And I'm like, well, if you DC'd, then the game took a shit. And
I just said blame Bandai.
Yeah. Like, I don't, like I said, I don't report people either unless it's blatantly obvious, like they're running level 300 Shallot with no equips, and then they just straight up quit. I'll report those people still, but...
Well, I report straw hack, and I report what you just mentioned. The obvious guy that's doesn't even care that he's hacking.
Oh yeah, the draw hacks. Yeah, that because that is another factor that wasn't here last time in LBR. Because if you guys weren't aware, the way that the draw thing works, like if you're beating somebody badly, and then all of a sudden the game just becomes a draw, like there's no loading, there's no lagging, no nothing, then that is the game basically activating its anti-cheat system. Which means that your opponent activated their mods, and the game's like, okay, we detected the mods are activated, so we're just going to make this fight a draw. And what that ends up doing for LBR is, I believe, if the match becomes a draw, it just becomes a do-over, and they get to keep their ticket, right?
Yeah, that's what I had yesterday. The first match I got was a draw.
On the ranked board, it gets rid of your win streak.
Oh, does it?
Yep.
So even if you're the person who was winning and you get drawed on, you lose your win streak?
It's gone.
Oh my god, that is bad.
You'll be on because right now, like last season, I was getting 10, 15 RP per win towards the end, and then draw hacker, and then you're getting 6 to 8, and that adds up. I'm sure you're aware when you're trying to do 20, 30 matches in a setting, and then you're still taking 49 for a loss.
Oh, that's like half your points right there. The win.
Yeah.
streak.
Oh yeah, it'll drive you up the wall pretty quickly, especially for it's like no reason. Like if you mess up or you do something goofy and you lose all your points, then you can blame yourself. But when some dude comes along with some alt account that he's boosting for God knows what reason, come on. I personally, I know a lot of people are going to come at me with pitchforks. I want them to remove the CC from PvP. Just give it to them some other way so these people leave.
But that's that's one of their ways to motivate it to not be a dead game mode with no player population.
Well, I'm after it for the title. I'm collecting all the top cuts. I'm sure there's other people like me that are vain and want to go for silly things in the game, and they could put like outfits or whatever, maybe Z power for a unit at the end of the season. We used to get Z power, if I'm not mistaken, every time you'd win a match.
Oh yeah, they could just swap it with the newest units. Like you get them 1 star or something.
Oh my gosh, yes, you get like 100. You can get in like the top
Yeah.
one.
Well, people will be boosting for that. Like
that's
crazy.
true. People, but why would you boost for that? Like you could already boost
the account. Like right now, they're being more cutthroat.
I don't know.
But there's some people, and like I'll fight them, and they'll have perfectly respectable accounts. I'm talking like 9, 10 stars across the board, and then you get the draw hack at the very end, and you know they're going season from season, and they don't care that I just reported them. They're using it very sparingly. Bandai's probably looking over their account and missing it, and they're going right up the ladder. And they're not. It's not just the obvious hackers, right? There's some people that just can't take an L, and I run into them pretty frequently, and it's astounding. And they're good doing it season to season. So you know they're. I don't know. I obviously Bandai is way more educated when it comes to trying to find this stuff, but I just don't know what the motivator is, because I want to have a good time and play the game, right? And I feel like when the incentive for cheating is gone, then we get to have fun.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I do agree. Like, if you're looking at Dragon Ball Fighters, there's no rewards for farming points and ranked PvP. You're doing it just because you want the bragging rights. But yeah, at the same time, like, I don't know. You're definitely right, and I agree. I just don't know how in their eyes they would interpret that in a way that, because if it was giving out Z power, if they're giving out anything for free besides just raw cosmetics, then people are going to cheat for it.
It's true.
Probably
People will cheat for. Like, what was that dude's name? Forrest or whatever? Run Forrest, who was like a well-respected member of the community for a long time, and I mean, he wasn't doing it for the CC. Like,
dude, I mean, I was in his clan, and I
came out
defended him until the very end.
And playing legitimately, but then every time he would win, he was about to lose. That's when he would kick in the illegitimate stuff, so that, like you said, there was enough legitimate gameplay time on his account that it took them forever to notice. Like,
yeah. So the thing is that I was in his clan, or he was in my clan for a long time, and I also defended him forever because I just couldn't believe that he would cheat. But then in hindsight, whenever we played, I always beat him, and then other people also said, like, this is a number one player. And yeah, only when people posted this video, I was like, holy crap.
Well, that blew up because I think when I fought him, like, I mentioned it to you guys in the chat. I was like, "You guys know who this is?" And it was like the top ranking player, and I was like, I had no idea who he was at the time. And I'm like, this guy literally just like did like full range like strike blue cards from like the full screen, and I'm like, okay, and I just killed him like in like two seconds. And I'm like, who is this? And then it sort of just like snowballed from there. It was weird.
Yeah, so people like him, there will be people out there cheating for almost any reason, even if you take most of like the financial incentives out of the mode. So it'll be a tough thing for them to try and balance and figure out for sure.
Was he making videos or no?
I don't think so. He was just in all the discords and communicating with the
I would understand for like clout if that's what you want to get, but like if you literally just do it, you're just sitting there for literally no reason and people know you, like you're just stupid at that point.
Yeah, and that's the same counter argument that I throw out when anyone accuses me of disconnecting. Like, why would I do that? Why would I run my real name in PvP and then be out here disconnect? That's the stupidest thing ever.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
other people, like, and I don't even care. Like, I don't care if I get a title or, I mean, I want the title, but it's like, whatever. The CC, I'll take the $20. I'm kind of poor, so, but there's no, I don't know. Like you said, it takes all the fun out of it when people cheat.
It's any game ever, but unless it's like Dokkan, I don't give a crap. Go mod Dokkan, bro.
Yeah, it's like when we were playing Fall Guys, me and you, and then we'd start the race, and then some asshole would just fly
above us,
like literally fly off. He'd just take off like an airplane, just fly right to the finish line. I'm like, what? This is so dumb.
Yeah, but that's any game ever. Like, it'll never make sense because we're not cheaters. I feel like.
Yeah, I know some people that are using the hacks right now because they're I mean, I'm not trying to sell hacks to the community, but it immediately like completes all the CC rewards. And what they'll do is they don't care if the account gets banned because they just rerun all of this latest story, hit the latest banner, get 6-star plus on all the units, and call it a day. It doesn't matter to them. So,
well, I mean, it's the same thing. So, like, whenever I used that Dokkan bot once, that's how I lost my original JP account, and like I had to make a new one. I got a better one now, which is good, but I used that bot once, and like it just does everything for you, and it's like, well, what the hell's the point in playing Dokkan? Like, I don't get it.
I wonder. Maybe the auto button shouldn't be in the game, and you should want to actually play the game.
Well, that's true too. I mean, there's an argument for that too. We were talking about that. I think it was me and Goresh talking about that. That like people would not play Dokkan if it auto played itself. Like,
yeah, it's like if
no
they had an
point.
option to skip the like battle animations, like nobody. That's the only reason why people play the game.
Yeah, literally for the aesthetics of it. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah, they were just summons and
Speeding it up is the good call there.
and I think it shows that Dokkan, like, why it's so successful. I think it very much shows why it's so successful because it's making you play it. You need to like it, and it's going to get the best players who really just want to play it, instead of people who are just skipping through because they like Dragon Ball.
See,
Nothing against those guys.
I play to be the greatest Dokkan player of all time. All right. So,
I mean, you're succeeding. It just took a little bit of money, but you're getting there, man.
a little bit. Yeah,
A little.
Just a
Nah,
little.
just a little. Not too bad. Couple houses. It's not that big a deal.
Just a Ferrari, you know, ain't no thing.
yeah, I mean, honestly, I used that Dokkan bot a lot way back when, and I used it so I could make summoning videos with like 3 accounts at the same time. So it's basically, it makes Dokkan into a summon simulator, and then you just toss the account, get a new one.
No,
I mean,
100%. Yeah, but then
having
it's like,
those
what's the point of it? You know? I don't know.
Like, I mean, the whole point of playing the game is to play it. If
Yeah.
you're using a cheat to get you all the resource, why are you getting the resource in the first place? Just put your phone away.
yeah.
You have
This
to
is
enjoy the experience.
yeah. This is the problem. I was talking about this with somebody on Twitter the other day. Oh, not talking, but like mentioning it. Where he was saying how like the big draw to a lot of the modes in like a lot of these games is just the rewards, and it's like, what do you even want the rewards for? Well, you want the rewards to play the game, but it's like you're literally skipping half the game by just like doing this, right? So
Legends is just PvP, and so
Yeah.
like
yeah,
I don't care about the events. I don't care about all that. If there's not a banner I care about, there's a lot of times I just skip the event and I go back to the content I care about. I still play Legends for hours a day. This is not me talking down Legends, but all I do is PvP, and I get all the satisfaction from it.
We don't ever talk it on here, man. Come on.
No, I get mad. I've definitely raged out, but it is my favorite game. That's not an understatement.
Yeah.
And I
Well,
play
we've
it for
said it a million
hours a day
times,
straight.
dude. The potential that Legends has is it's literally untapped. It's to this day, like they just don't learn from their mistakes on a lot of stuff, and like that's just how it be. But I mean, when you look at the base game, there's not many games that do what Legends does on your phone, and that's what sucks about it being in a bad spot.
I think honestly, I mean, it's not a hot take to say that they're trying to monetize the game, and that means power creeping. Yeah, that means focusing on the new units rather than revamping the old ones or whatever. And I think that the mobile gaming market is extremely cutthroat. I mean, how many times do you see someone post top grossing, right? Happy that their game is doing better than yours. And so I think that's what's holding them back. And if they were consistently on the top and people weren't down talking them, then they would have, leeway, if you would. But right now, I mean, it's cutthroat. They've got to make their money, and they've got to, they know what the formula is.
Well, there's higher ups that are saying what to do. Like, we blame all these people who are on the lower part of it who just put the game together, and it's like, it ain't them, bro. They got bosses. It's the same thing when you're at work and they're trying to make you sell stuff for more expensive price because they're making more money, but you make the same.
The
It's
other
the
thing,
same
too,
thing.
I think it's clear based on how they talked when they made Legends that they thought it was just going to like flat out replace Dokkan, right?
Yeah,
And
that was
I
the
agree
plan.
with that.
Yeah,
It did not happen, and I think that sort of caused them to start Zenkai and all that shit. Is them trying to make up that ground that they thought they would get.
Well, you have to. I think there's a pattern here because you look at the game when it first came out. They were doing they were selling units in the shop. You had UST banners with guaranteed sparkings on it. It was everything back in the original days of the game was a lot more free to play friendly. And I think they realized at a certain point, and this really started happening after the first anniversary, where they're like, okay, we're actually making $0, so we have to actually start doing scummy things to make money. And that's when people started hating on the game. But it's like, it's not their fault. It's just that they started out in a position where they expected to be making more than they did. So now to make up for that lost ground, they have to change their model. And the way, unfortunately, the way it worked out was, they were forced to do it because they weren't making the money that they thought they would. So I don't think it's a knock on them. It's just, unfortunately, they're like the financial projections that they had, they weren't being met, and so they're forced to do something else. So it's just the way that it works.
Yeah, it's a gacha game that's trying to be competitive. I mean, the two don't really go together typically. And then on top of it, because you guys already touched on it, the casual aspect or PvE aspect of Legends just is not enjoyable for most people.
Yeah.
And so your casual player that just wants to get on and summon cannot really enjoy Legends despite having superior models and animations, whatever, in my opinion. And so they go to Dokkan, where you can sit down and think about your units and maybe not be the best, but you can put your phone on the counter and walk away, and come back to your game and keep playing.
Yep.
Just to give my 2 cents on that, it's just the competitive and gacha thing. I agree with you, but that's how they milk every single whale. Like that's just how it is with the huge competitive scene. The thing is, this is not a really competitive scene, really, but like I'm talking like Summoners Wars, like all those like Epic 7, those kind of games when they have actual competitive things. So like the new unit, the new broken unit, power creep is like the definition of what gacha games are. Because if you have a great new unit, how are you going to sell the next one? You just got to make it even better. So the issue with Legends is that they, at least in my personal opinion, having played fucking 50,000 gacha games, it's just that they're trying to make it competitive and not cater at all to the free to play people or the people who just are casual. So that, because the hierarchy of a competitive gacha game is the free to play players are the food that the whales eat. That's just it, And as long as the experience for those casual players is fun enough to keep them around, they'll stick around and get beat up by the whales. Like that's fine, because the rewards are good enough, the experience is good, they'll stick around. But if the experience and the rewards aren't good enough for you as a fat casual free to play player, you'll leave. And if you leave, so do the whales, because they don't want to fight each other. They just want to beat up on the smaller people. That's just how it is for 90% of the whales out there. So they just have got the whole system backwards, at least in my opinion, from the other successful competitive gacha games.
What would be some immediate improvements that you could make which would make them align more with those games?
Legends Road is permanently accessible.
What was that?
I said
Legends Road units are permanently accessible.
that you could make, Nalar, to make Legends more closely align with those other more successful games.
That's a good question. If I could answer that, then I would be running Legends and make it successful onto itself. I think the most immediate thing they need to do is make it's very clear that they have a competitive, like at its core, Legends is a PvP game, right? And they have that more or less like self-sustaining, even though it's the small part of Legends. So what's the percentage? Like 60% of the people don't even touch PvP. Is that what it is?
I don't know what the percentage is, but I know most people do not play PvP.
Okay, so what they need to do if they want to capture those people and keep them engaged is completely change the PvE style. And like you said, Garesh, like the easiest thing is like fly around the map, get power-ups, like completely change the way you engage with PvE. So it's not just a mere copy of what you get in PvP, if that makes any sense. So like hell, make the card specific for PvE and specific for PvP, so you don't have to worry about balance on both sides. So you don't get AI that can read all your inputs with like level 5,000 and like 30 million health that you have to beat through and just beat your head and hope that you get the perfect RNG. Make it so that you design the play style to be really good and unique for the PvE portion, and then the PvP stuff, it could be its own thing. It could breathe its own life and do and have its own like scene that way. But right now they just kind of port over what they do with PvP to PvE and then just tweak a couple of numbers, and it's just not enjoyable, which is why I hate playing it. So I mean, to me,
I definitely agree with you that PvE is not fun in Legends. It's never been fun. Like,
well, but so like the point I was trying to make is there's more people don't play PvP, so therefore they must play the PvE side, right? But I don't find it enjoyable whatsoever, and I think 90% of the people don't enjoy it either. So just my first immediate fix to at least just get the engagement and player base consistent is just spice up PvE completely different from PvP. Like I think that's a pretty easy statement to go with, right?
Think about how like you guys have so many different modes in Dokkan. There's so many ways to play it.
Yep.
Legends, you play it the same way in story, that you play it the same way in events, it's the same way you play it in PvP, it's the same way you play it in everything. It's just difference in rewards and stuff like that. And it's like that. That's what I've said before. Like they should have like learned. I know they're different games. Obviously, Dokkan and Legends are nothing alike. People who compare them, it's like they're not comparable. But from a business model perspective, you should have like taken some tips and been like, oh, maybe we could do this. Maybe we could do this instead of just everything being identical. I agree with you on that point.
Legends, they don't necessarily need a different game mode for the current PvE system. The real issue with PvE is that it's very monotone. There is a small satisfaction in mastering the PvE AI and then getting all the way through a Battle 51 fight without taking a hit, just because you can do the float step perfectly. I think that if they have more fun with customized kits, like we saw this a little bit with the Yamcha event, that maybe like you play as IT Goku, who has a very unique kit that you only find this unit in this version of PvE, and during this event you play as this version of Goku, who has this overpowered, overbearing kit. And being overpowered in games is fun sometimes, right? And so maybe this is a horde mode where you literally fight 50 different enemies and the game just keeps spawning them, and you have to keep winning with this IT Goku. And so it's all about chaining your cards and landing your counters over and over and over again, right? See how long you can last in a fight. I'm just spitballing here, but if I said it before in one of the previous podcasts, but if the devs control your team and they control the kit of the unit, they can control the circumstance of the fight that not be the same vanilla fight we're having where we take the same unit we PvP with. They could, Nolar just touched on it, where we could have units dedicated. Instead of summoning for that, they could give us one of the PvE exclusive units, like a Giblet or whatever, and then give him a really overpowered kit for it.
They did specifically mention on multiple occasions that they would have units that were specifically meant for PvE and other ones that were meant for like PvE.
Like
the only time they ever did anything about that was the Broly Chilai's little ability that gives your co-op buddy like buffs. And other than that, they've not made any type of unit that gravitates more towards PvE like they said they would. So that might be an idea they're still sleeping, like sitting on in their back pocket.
Well, who's going to summon for the PvE unit?
Oh, well, that's the thing.
They would. The PvE units would have to be on a banner with the other PvP units that you would also want, and they would just be like a consolation prize. You can whoop ass in PvE now.
Well, I mean, and here's the other thing that kind of brings me to another point, is that the issue with this game that at least I found, comparing from people's perspectives, mostly from free to play or small dolphins, is that the ability to get units is difficult, right? It's all through the gacha system. But this game has a Z power, or in other gacha games, like a shard system, right? So there's some progression to a level you can unlock and use the characters. So like I know we mentioned this before, Brad and Oz, but I was like, just give us a 0-star. Make it a login bonus. Hey, we got a new unit. Here's a 0-star, which is completely useless for PvP. But if it's like, hey, where you're probably going to use this unit for PvE, everyone's going to get one for free. Now you can grind something, or the adventures will drop like the special Z power. I keep calling it shards, but Z power for this unit, so you can get it to 1-star, 2-star. But if you really like the unit and want to like really beat the event, then go ahead and summon for it. Like there's so many ways that they could give a player satisfaction. And for me, player satisfaction is there's progression. In the RPG, if there's a sense that I'm getting better and stronger, and if you're just slow dripping it, sure, that's fine. But as long as you're giving me something, I'm going to be satisfied with it. But the problem with this game is like, well, we'll give you just 50 Z power, and you just pick on whoever you want to use. And you can't stack those, by the way. You have to use it on somebody, which is another issue I have. But if they gave you like login, like, hey, you'll get 1,000 Z power over 2 weeks, and then you'll at least get a 0-star to play with, just to have fun. And then again, if you want to go take it to a mode like LBR with your friends, hey, I get to play with the character. Oh shit, this character is really good. You know what? I'm gonna go summon for it. I don't know.
So there's such obvious ways to fix it, and it's like there must be something we don't know that's happening that it's like just preventing it, because that seems amazing. Could you imagine if your box just had every single unit, as long as you played the game for like 2 years, you got every single unit, even if they're like 0 stars, and you slowly worked on them with that multi-Z power?
No, Gresh, you have to wait. Stop
but
trying to play the game.
what if we turn the tables and no, we got to play as Rage Trunks, right? During that the anniversary event. What if when the Turles event comes around, you get to play as Turles as you go through the Turles event? You don't get to keep him. No. If you want to keep Turles, you better summon. But during the Turles event, you can go play as Turles, go through all the challenges as Turles, and that's your real preview of the unit. And then you only get to use them while that event is live.
Even that would be much preferred to what we have now. And to expand on your idea, they could like we're gonna take a page out of League of Legends playbook here. Every PvP season, they could have a selection of heroes that's free on rotation. So like this week, Android's team build is free for all players to use, or this season, and you get all of the Android's members at like 4 stars, and you can just use them for free, or you could have access to them for free and integrate them into your own builds. And then the season after that, this is the season of fusions. All these fusions characters are free, unlocked for everyone to use this season.
That's
And
kind of what they're doing
same
with the
thing.
Spark
Like, you know how they have that little window at the top before you queue into PvP that says like boost units, which do absolutely nothing. Like they're supposed to give you like an extra 3 RP each when you win the battle because they're boosting your score. Well, why not take out that and make it that's this season's free rotational units that you can just use? Like, that would be a great idea.
I think the biggest problem that this game has to figure out the solution to right now, and this is actually going off of what Noir was saying earlier, is the fact that the majority of the player base does not play PvP. And I think if they figure out the reasoning behind that, like there has to be, I'm sure there's dozens of reasons why, but if they can figure out like the top 2 or 3 reasons and then try and focus on those, then that would be the biggest change they can make to the game. If they can get more people to play PvP, that would be the biggest thing they could do.
I agree, because right now they try and force you to do it. That's the entire existence of this game's crappy energy system, is to try and force you into PvP. Like, they want you to run out of energy and energy tickets and all that so that you have no way to play PvE. So it's like, oh, well, PvP costs no energy. I can sit here and play this forever.
Yeah.
So that's how they levy that energy system for PvE, but no costs for PvP.
You guys remember how it used to be? You'd have to do all your daily stuff. You had to play a PvP match, and you couldn't forfeit.
Yeah.
And it was like that was always super annoying because like if I wasn't recording or something, I'm just trying to do my daily thing. And I was like, oh, let's do it later. Then never mind. And it's like that shouldn't be annoying. It should just be like, all right. And they took that away, obviously, for good reason. Now it's not that anymore. But yeah, I mean, I agree. They're just forcing you into it, and it feels like a lot of things in this game are forced into doing stuff. It's like the logging in to do adventures and stuff. Like I made that tweet the other day. I was talking about like, call it chores, because that's what it feels like, bro.
Yeah.
It feels like I'm like, ugh. And yeah, they added it to where now the adventures just refill themselves. That's great. Unless you go and play PvP, and then it overrides all my freaking Zenkai ones. No big deal, But it's just it's stuff like that it's like, bros. It feels simple. It feels very simple. And maybe, like I said, I must be missing something. I think we all are, because it's like it doesn't seem like it's complex. You guys have fantastic ideas, and anything that we've mentioned tonight, I would love to see, but I don't have my hopes up.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I've seen in my Discord time and time again, people are frustrated with fighting like those 14-star teams when they have like a 5-star unit, and there's just no chance that they do any damage.
Well, Nolar already brought that up.
Yeah, that's the whale's food.
Yeah, they call it the wolves and sheep, because you got to have a bunch of sheep for the wolves to have fun. And then you got to have something for the sheep too, which is typically the free-to-play units, or LR in this case.
I mean, have fun fighting each other too, but then a wolf shows up and just ruins their day, and they're like, "All right, I'm back to what I was doing,"
Well, so like for LBR, right? Like, obviously, I have a 14-star Omega, but like, why I wouldn't bring Omega to like I don't want to play LBR. Like, that's just me, right? But that's fine, because most of the whales will be like, well, I don't want to be on equal footing. I want to have my advantage. I want my wall to thump people. Like, that's just the concept, right? And so LBR isn't meant for us, really, which means it should be more enjoyable for everyone else. Like, they're free to play, the Dolphins, to like really have fun and test each other. Like, that's fine. But on the regular ranked PvP matches, where you're gonna run into 14-star LF Gohans Z7 and just get obliterated, it's just the hierarchy of the food chain. And I'm sorry, it sucks, but unless you're willing to shell out and do that kind of thing, that's just how it is. And that's how they earn their money. Like, as you guys know, these gacha mobile games, 90% of the revenue comes from 10% of the player base, right? So they got to keep them happy, and that's just how it goes. But if you have the LBR where once you get beaten by a whale and you're like, oh, I'm gonna go play with somebody else, and we'll just be on equal playing field, and now it's a test of skill, like that should be a good thing for the other people to play LBR and PvP who aren't the big spenders, right? But is there enough incentive for people to do it? I don't know. I mean, I don't play Legends too much anymore, but I'm just saying, like, they have concepts and ideas that just aren't executed well enough to maintain the player base that they have. And like what Truth and Gresh are saying, Legends was born out of criticisms and hopes out of Dokkan. So they were like, well, Dokkan's on a huge wave, so if we improve on what people are complaining about and make this other new game, it should just continue to ride that wave and go for it. And we haven't gone there. We haven't even started, really. So they didn't get that revenue, and so they are implementing all these scummier, greedier things. And this is where we are. It's just so giving you kind of my worldview of like, all right, well, I played enough gotchas, I've welled enough in enough gotcha games to say like, all right, this isn't looking too great, guys. I'll be honest.
And they're perfectly comfortable to just ride it like this until the game stops making revenue and then shutting it down too. Like they will do that. They don't want that to happen because ideally they want to make more money, but they also will do that as a fallback plan with no shame. Like that's what they will do.
Well, I think, I'm not free to play, but I have shown my stream that I've spent less than $100 on my account.
To them, that falls under like free to play.
Yeah, for most people, they would consider me free to play, and I think that the game feels incredibly free to play friendly in its current form. And I get that out of my sense of multi-Z power and dedication to a team, and I'm not susceptible to the hype. I didn't care about Majin Vegeta. I thought he was fantastic, but I didn't think he was the be all end all that a lot of people thought when he dropped, right?
Okay.
And I think that if they made it more transparent about what the free to play path was, right? How do you really develop a team if you're not going to spend money? Like maybe I know like there's a game called Bounty Rush where your character can like run on a treadmill pretty much, and then they get Z power for the character. I'm pretty sure that's how the system works. Or just if that isn't, just Legends need a way where players can understand multi Z power is a thing. Maybe it promotes players to these shops and gives them enough currency to boost a character immediately that they just summoned from a shop, so they can see that their character will be 6-star, 7-star, whatever in months' time, maybe. But the path is open to them, and I think the more transparent that path is, the more free to play friendly it will actually feel for players, whether or not that's the reality, because it does feel free to play friendly in its current form.
Okay, I have to dissect what you just said. First of all, I want to say that you are right. What you just said is right, but I also have to say that you are an anomaly when it comes to this game. Like, there's not many Dragon Ball fans out there that only give a shit about hybrids and don't care about every single other character in the game. Like, that is very unique to your situation. Like, most people kind of view it as like a hero collection game.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah, go ahead.
They want everything. Like, I want everything. I don't care if my unit's only 3 stars as long as I have it. Like, that's my perspective on it. That's why I summon on every single banner that comes out with whatever little CC I have. And if I get it, I get it. Great. And if I don't, I know I'll just get it in the future because everything is cyclical. So while again, everything that you said is true, and that is the optimal way for a free-to-play player to play this game, is to just pick one team that you can really build based off of either what you like or what you already have a foundation for. Like, that is the proper way to play the game. But most players, I don't think, have that level of discipline where that's the experience they want, if that makes any sense.
Well, you can still have fun summoning. Like I've been being willy-nilly with my crystals lately. Well, partly because I feel like I've hit the end of the road with my team currently until there's a new unit to dangle in front of me. But I feel like with multi-Z power, the goal should be 1 copy. And now that I got that 1 copy, I'm going to slap my unit in the oven. And I know it's going to be slow, but in the back of my mind, it's 14-star by this time next year, right? And I'm going to be ready for next tournament, right? That's what you need to be dreaming of. Whether or not you could make the argument of, oh, well, power creep's going to take over by the time you could get that unit up there. You just got to put that thought in the player's head that they are going in the right direction. And I don't feel like Legends has a good way of doing that right now. And I think if and I hate it when mobile games make me click on stuff, but if they put a mission in the game for you to upgrade a unit, and so people could see this is how the multi-Z power system works, this is why co-op is relevant, despite it not being a very fun mechanic, whatever your opinions may be. But that these are how you get multi-Z power. This is why guilds are important, because this does add up. I think that you could still hunt for one copy of every unit and then have your trophy team. That's what I usually like to call it. The one you keep polishing and you go for all the items on. Like,
yeah, I definitely do agree with you in terms of they should encourage that, and that's what should be their plan for those players. But I think people themselves trip up and fall and get caught up.
There's the hype. There's their favorite characters. They just go in and go for it. You know what I mean? And you're right. I mean, the game is fairly free to play friendly. Not necessarily in terms. Well, I mean, someone can correct me, but in terms of the amount of CC you get, premium currency. But you can power up your units. It's just that I don't feel like it's very obvious, like you said, that you can go get this much Z power per month. If someone actually made an iconograph of like, okay, every month, if you do everything in the game, you play it as to your ability, and your guild wins like half their battles, you can get X amount of Z power. So you can take one pull, a 2-star to like what, 5, 6 stars. If you showed that to them and be like, oh yeah, then this game is fairly free to be playing, that would be good. But again, I got to back Nas here in saying that nobody has a discipline. Like, I see this as a hero collector. I want to collect everything. I want everything in my shop box to be 14-star at some point, whether that's now or like two years from now. Or if the game's 2 years from now, that's how I approach the game. Unfortunately, not everyone does that. So,
yeah, honestly, I've been influenced by people in our group chat or on YouTube many times. This unit is broken, or he is so much fun, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna summon a little bit on this one. I wanted to skip, but now I'm gonna just go in.
Yeah, the peer pressure to encourage other players to go after the shiny new thing. Yeah.
Well, that's why it's bad to have a group chat of whales. That's really bad. Hey man, I got him at 7-star. Hey, well, I got mine at 11. I'm like,
especially with Rhyme.
Professor Sensei is right too. Like, the game does not give you a good sense of time frame or value frame for trying to boost your units yourself without summoning. As a matter of fact, I think I've only seen one Japanese player period document it, which was on the Kefla banner with the red Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks when she first came out. The Japanese player pulled one of her, and then I think it was like, it had to have been like a month or 2 ago during the summer, they finally posted the picture of the 14-star Kefla, and they're like, it took me this long. I spent every single multi-Z power I had on her, and like to show that level of progress. And I mean, that was like, it took him a few months, like quite a few months, to get it from 2 stars all the way to 14 with only multi-Z powering that one unit. And that also kind of illustrates it would be hard to build a functional team of 6 characters under that like level of time frame constraint too.
Well, when my brother started the game, I recommended that because he really liked the red trunks and he had just gotten the hybrid, the Zenkai. I personally recommended that he just focus that unit. I said he's going to be forever valuable because at the very least you're going to bench him for the new red fancy unit. And I think I didn't lead him in the wrong direction. And I think that I had a similar experience when multi-Z power became a thing and I knew Zenkai was a thing. I started doing my Purple Gohan before his was even announced or released. And I was ready when his banner dropped. And then I just hit 7-star, like right when he dropped. And then mine got 14-star, 100% to multi-Z power. It just took doing the same thing. I'm pretty sure Libra did a similar thing, right? For his yellow Gohan?
Probably.
The game itself just doesn't give you, like you said, a good sense of progression to take that path.
Which is why I'm saying if they showed you a login bonus of Z power, like every day, here's a little bit of Z power, and you equate to that's progression, and then you're like, oh yeah, my guild has Z power. Like, I feel like that would be a good starting point to show people like, yeah, you can get a unit for free and then power them up. It's just going to take time, but this is the way to do it. So why don't they do it? I don't know.
I get so many comments like whenever I post like one of those multi Z power things, like how do you get all this stuff? And it's like I just play the game. I don't know. Like they give you a lot. Like I got my Super Vegeta to 6 stars. I got both God Goku, well the new red Goku and the new purple Vegeta. I got them both to 6 stars from 4 stars. Like DKP's up at 4 stars from like 2 stars. Like they give you a butt ton now. It's crazy.
Yeah, they used to not give any. Remember when they didn't even exist in the game?
Yep.
Yeah, it was crazy time, bro. Like that's a whole different topic on like if we're like the game has gotten significantly better. We're just in like a meme phase where it's just funny to be like Legends is shit, and it's like it's getting better, bro. It's just there's some things that are still shit.
They take stuff away and then they'll re-engineer it and give it back to us. Like instead of like we were talking about earlier, like the early days with the Ultra Space Time banner, and you could buy the $26 bundle that just straight up came with the character. Well, now they're like, well, that's dead. Here, just use multi Z power instead. Like.
Yeah, wait. Actually, somebody's asked in chat what I'm doing. I'm grinding up yellow 18's Zenkai materials just in case it's her. But I already have the blue one ready just in case because I'm gonna have both done. So that's why I'm doing this.
Yeah, so you finally got an F on that Gohan equip.
I got a red slot 1. I'm just gonna keep that one. Reroll that one.
Yeah, but speaking of the multi Z power, I'm looking at my box. 8 characters that are not 6 stars thanks to the multi Z power, and 2 of them are LFs and 2 of them are Legends Road. And most of them I actually managed to get up to 6 stars just through the Z power.
Well, I mean, I just pulled 1 copy of the new Gohan. I got lucky, and he's like 50 away from 6 star.
Oh, the ultimate one? The
ultimate one, yeah. He's crazy good bench for hybrids, and if you can play him, I still don't think he's optimal because he's gets blown up in half a second, but he's really fun to run right now, and his double attack bench is definitely fun.
You're talking about the DBS
Blue Gohan? Brand new Ultimate Gohan. I got 1 copy of it on his banner. That was cool. And then through multi Z power, he's gonna be 6 star like tomorrow.
I like using him a lot. Yeah, it's pretty fun to use.
His locking out of the red cards is actually a lot more frustrating than I thought it would be.
Oh yeah, you can if for people that are listening and you have the unit and you like him, if your opponent hasn't swapped into a unit like Vegito Blue yet, and you preemptively cover with this Gohan, and you have a good feeling you will survive, your opponent does not have the option to swap into Vegito Blue. It'll reset the passive on the Gohan and lock his strike cards immediately. There is no swapping in on this unit. If you feel like you can confidently take it and you see a unit on your opponent's back end, like Vegeta Blue, like I just said, or Strike or whatever, or heck, even if it's 16's only going to have access to his blast cards and ultimate at that point. So if you know where your position is, you know where the timer counts are. Ultimate Gohan lets you control your opponent's hand pretty effectively.
Yeah, he was real annoying when I fought against him the other day. I was like, what the hell is this? I couldn't use any red cards. I was like, really frustrated.
Well, yeah, you can't if you're trying to take advantage of, we said we were going to come back to LF Gohan. There's one thing I wanted to say just in case anybody kind of went over his kit and didn't really understand one of his passives and how powerful it is. He has units that have, key where they swap in. If you're trying to take advantage of that, like 21, he completely shuts that down. You cannot keep swapping units with Ultimate Gohan on the field. It just keeps resetting. If you've played against Fat Boo, and you've seen how he just locks your hand and you just can't do anything besides the main ability, it's the same effect. But yeah, real quick on the LF Gohan, he has for his turn regret into power. They specifically worded this his second part of the effect where he gets return regret to power. Sorry, let your power explode. It says applies following effect every time you are faced with an enemy. This is the same text that Vegito Blue got. This means that every time he sees the enemy, so this is when you swap in, this is when your enemy swaps, this is when a unit dies and a new unit comes in. It's every single time a unique frame pops in front of your enemy, you get 40 key. So this is incredibly powerful to swap in on. That's probably why your opponents are doing endless combos.
Yeah.
But I was jaw dropped when I read the exact text they picked for that, because it felt like they just gave me like Mai as a support. Anybody that played Green Mai back in the old meta for that. It felt like I have Mai now, but I have it in the Glass Cannon Gohan.
Yeah, that is ridiculous, and that's exactly how that works. It's every time they swap or you swap. Every time he sees a new enemy, if he swaps in or if they swap out, he's getting that passive.
Yeah, you're hitting the yellow unit, and oh my gosh, I got to swap in my blue unit. Well, guess what? You just gave me another 40 key and 25% damage increase. GG. I think if you guys understand how powerful that ability is, you can play your opponent properly. And this Gohan is a key factory. Not counting the fact that his other ability gives you 60% key recovery.
Yeah, if you swap him in and the enemy swaps out during the same combo, you get 80 key back and 50% boosted damage.
You can almost completely nullify the Red Goku, the new future one, and how he punishes you swapping in and out. And Gohan just doesn't care. But yeah, I just remember we were talking about the unit, and I wanted to make that comment just in case anybody kind of read that text and thought that was a little bit lackluster, because he's got this ability when 2 allies are defeated, and then you got this little bit of text that says you get 40 key and 25 damage right when you face an enemy. But face an enemy is very specific text, and that is powerful.
Yeah, it's the same thing as Super Saiyan 4 Goku has.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of people were asking me because they didn't understand how that worked and why my key kept shooting up every time my opponent would swap. And he that's why he's a one-man army.
Yeah. All right, what's the next topic? I think we covered. Oh yeah, the last thing we have is overhaul for Ultra Space Time Rush, which is honestly
this one's a billion times better.
It's so much better. Oh my god. It's like one of the best changes.
Going until the very last one, and by that time, you still haven't wasted that much time. You can get through the whole thing within like an hour now.
Yeah,
I mean, the thing, right? Keeping your phone being blocked so long. If you had the old Rush and auto it for like 3 hours, you couldn't use your phone. Now I can use it again after an hour or so.
Yeah, I admittedly haven't finished it, but I have enjoyed the fact I think I've done the first 3 or 4 rushes, and I blew through them in like 15 minutes.
That and the ability to get Zenkai Awakening power from the exchange shop is huge. Because I remember every time they start things in this game, it's always like a trickle feed. Like it starts off as a little drip feed, and then it turns into a river eventually. So they're gonna be adding more of this. Like starting off with only Legends limited characters that you can exchange the Zenkai power for. But when it gets to the point where this game has an overwhelming amount of Zenkais, and they want to start considering Zenkaiing the EX and the hero units also, like there's going to be a billion different ways to Zenkai all your characters by then.
You actually brought up something I hope they change in the game. And right now we have a bunch of different stores, and sometimes we'll have a store with the same resource in it multiple times, right? I really would like them to consolidate that and have one store with items they can take and remove from it. And then while it's there, you could click on the item and choose which resource you want to currently exchange to obtain that item. This would consolidate all the items, because right now you don't have to check which event is this item currently available for, when instead they could have the temporary exchange material pop up under that item's its personal tab.
Well, just to expand on that, the only reason why they have multiple menus for that, at least, and I've noticed this with other gacha games, is because usually like Z medals and then Ultra Space Rush Time medals for Zenkai, obviously the Z medal ones is like the terrible rate. But if you had it all under one shop and you had to choose, no one would ever use the Z medal one, clearly, because it's just not good. But they don't want to do that because they want you to forget or just like, oh, I'm tired or whatever, and just waste your currency on the Z medal one for that, as opposed to clicking back and going to the Ultra Space Time Rush one, and then getting the more favorable exchange rate there. So, I mean, as much as I agree with you, it'd be nice to have one consolidated shop. There's a reason why they keep it separated.
And also, this doesn't really go into anything factual or necessarily a reason, but that's something that is a symptom of like all Japanese.
Oh, it's all gachas. Yeah. Because they have
every single one. If you try and play a Final Fantasy one, there'll be like 9 different currencies and 14 different shops, and it's just like, what the hell is going on?
Well,
a lot of it is, I think, a symptom of just as the game goes on, instead of like redesigning the older ones, they're just like, screw that, we'll just add a new one. Like, and that's just what they do. And every single game I played has a billion different currencies and exchange shops.
I think look at the original item awakening system. Nobody did it besides the 3 people that wanted to go for number 1. Nobody touched it.
I still don't touch it.
Oh, I love it now, but I just hate the mass selling where you click 20 items sell, click 20 items sell over and over again. That's the only part I really hate about it. But if they really streamlined items and they streamlined, you know, I have this unit, so you can click on this unit and you can see all available items for this unit, you know, or I can click on this unit and maybe I want to get some multi Z power for this unit, so I can click and I can see all the available ways to get multi Z power for this unit. When they streamline that, and I can sit down and pick my favorite unit and very black and white, this is the path to success, whether it be, you know, I whip out a calculator to reveal the veil and find out this is going to take me 19 months to complete or whatever, but I feel like it just needs to be transparent.
Yeah, I'm going to take your equipment box and throw it in a fire, Garage.
People are asking in chat to see it. That's what I'm showing them what they want to see.
God, I only have like 64. How are you at? 300?
No, I'm at. Check the mission. Like
That's your
one.
total items.
Like what am I?
Yeah.
Like one.
I like all those Z plus friendship
74.
agreements you're holding on to for no reason as of right now.
I didn't
as
even
of
make
now.
the item.
Oh, I'm re-rolling them every day. I have 12 Z pluses of those.
That friendship
might be useful for something again in the future, but right now it's back to being useless.
Yeah.
I mean, they're definitely going to do something with it in the future. They're not just going to leave it being useless forever, right?
Yeah, no, it'll be relevant again once they figure out what to do with it.
They have a problem on their hands because there's some people that have gone, you know, level 30, 40, 50 even on some units. And
I have 65 on LF Frieza.
Well, if you want to make, okay, let's put a carrot on a stick and say level 100 friendship gets you this, right?
I'll never do that.
You say never right now, but what if that's how you get level 9,999? You know,
once they have the Let's Fight stage 6, where I get like 1 whole friendship level per completion, then yeah, maybe I'll do that. But as of right now, under the current circumstances, there's no way I would pursue anything like friendship 30, 40 or higher. Like that would take forever.
I'm saying like the point I was trying to make is basically that the current system is so broken, yet they keep the EXP bar there. They're gonna have to do something with it. They're gonna have to. They either disappoint the one guy that actually did it, and the 15 other people that are halfway there, or they completely throw the system out. Like, what do you do with friendship at this point? Do you let them keep grinding it to just whatever Tomorrowland will end up being?
I was hoping that it would tie back into Shallot again more relevantly. Like, once they give Shallot, I don't want to say like final form, because I mean, I'm sure they'll always be doing something with him. But once they give him a more final form, maybe he can use Friendship 10 to start learning their ultimate arts techniques also, or something like that. You have a customizable ult, like, you know, I don't know. It's already, the whole system is ingrained into Shallot being Friendship 1 to learn super moves. Then they tried to make it with Zenkai, but then they abandoned that. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what they do with it outside of tying it back into Shallot somehow.
Something mundane and cosmetic.
That would be cool too. Like, if you get to level friendship 50 with a character, you literally earn their like body 3D model, and then they just take Shallot's head and put it on that model. Like, I mean, that could be cool. But besides that, or like learning ultimate arts or learning their green cards somehow, like for a more customizable version of Shallot in the future, I don't know what they would use the friendship for.
Well, isn't there that one guy that has Super Saiyan Bardock?
Yeah, there is. Yeah,
like 150 friendship rank, like 100, 150 or something like that.
Yeah, it's something very absurd.
He just does the Let's Fight with that one character every day. Like,
I mean, the last time I saw it was like when I was playing Legends, so that was like 3-4 months ago. So he had him at a level 100. I wonder what he has him at now.
Just how long it took for him to get there, right? So how long would it take for him to get there? And now they release the system. Okay, oh, they see the highest player in the game has achieved 138 or whatever. Okay, so let's cap it at 200. So now that you've capped it at 200, well, that guy just spent the past 2 years getting to 138. Am I going to wait, 3 years to hit 200? I'll never do it. I'll never touch it. That or they
Mhm.
completely devalue that guy's 138
Oh,
and
that
they give
happened.
5 times the XP than used to.
That guy's 138 is already devalued when they release Let's Fight 3 and 4 permanently because it took him 5 times the amount of time to do it that someone will now be able to do it in that much less time.
It's anything in the game. Think about how much time you put into getting Zenkai souls. Now they're literally just like, here, you want some Zenkai souls? Like,
Yeah, it's literally water. I just bought enough to fully Zenkai a unit, and it took like 20,000 rush medals or whatever. It just took me. Like, it's a joke.
Yeah, they have no shame in devaluing that poor guy's time who got Bardock to level.
Oh yeah,
friendship.
I don't care.
I see the more problematic thing is if they don't devalue his time and they give some absurd buff for getting that far, and then whoop, he just so happened to be one of the only people that did it ahead of time, and here you go, he's unkillable now. I don't think that would happen. I think it would be the first way where they just say screw that guy, and
That'd be hella funny though, dude. You're like, oh god, I'm fighting Juan, bro. Hop in PvP. And he's got like a 10,000 level unit.
Well,
That'd be kind of
what if it
dope.
unlocks like PvE only aspects or raid only aspects? If you're friendship level 200, you've got a 20% damage.
Oh well, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, if you want to do that, that'd be fine. PvE, you can do whatever you want to PvE. Truthfully, because that's
bucks then.
In-game thing. It's going to change from person to person. It's when you start including other players that it's like, all right, hold up. Yeah, PvE, whatever. Yeah, I mean, for raids and stuff, you got level 20 or something. You get a 10% buff, helps your buddy out. Sick. Yeah,
I still wouldn't be opposed to them. Like in the survey, they're like, "How do you feel about us exploring new turn-based like Final Fantasy style game modes?" And I was like, "I'm all for it. Burn down the current PvE and give me Dragon Ball Legends Hearthstone. I don't care."
Oh my gosh! Oh my god! Yeah, because they have the models. They could just make them do a pre-scripted fight for us.
Yeah, give me like an auto chess Dragon Ball.
What was that? What was that thing that
care.
Xenoverse had? Xenoverse had like that simulator where you could like summon cards and stuff and whatever.
Yeah, and they're actually supposedly they're adding a card game to Kakarot that's going to have like online PvP functionality.
Do you really think they would ever add a completely like not the current drawing of cards? So your character's kit means absolutely nothing, and
it would just be a different game mode. It wouldn't be PvP.
Yeah, that would be
it wouldn't
something
be.
they surprised us with out of the blue one day. And we've been working on this for the past 8 months. Enjoy this whole separate game mode within the game that we've designed, and we're like, oh shit! Like
the questions in chat is actually talking about if they teased a turn-based mode.
Yeah.
I asked about it on a survey. It was one of the like choose your own respondable choice responses in one of the questions. Like, would you like Dragon Ball Legends to explore? And it was like turn-based modes, more modes where my money matters and whaling matters, more modes where whaling doesn't matter, like modes where neither skill or whaling matters. And I was like, what the heck is that?
Don't play video games.
You saw that, right? I know I'm not the only one that saw that.
It was in the survey. Yeah.
Focused on skill. Battles focused not on skill. Battles focused on nothing. And I was like, what is this response? I don't know.
Okay, maybe I was too cynical when I went through that thing because I know one of you is going to scold me, but I voted for Vegito Blue. And
I mean, I
don't remember that question.
They're not going to do it.
They're never going to do it. Zenkai, what character would you like us to Zenkai next? That's where they pulled the Android 18 line from the news the other day. Like, based on the survey responses, a cool beauty is going to be the next by popular demand Zenkai.
That many people say
who looked that up? Who went into the game, got the character ID, went back into the survey, then typed that out? Well, I thought it said immediately. I'm like, no, they gave me this code right here. I'll type in Vegito Blue, sure.
I did it for
Deborah. I went on to the next question.
Oh, I typed him a whole paragraph about how they should burn the whole Zenkai system down right there.
I love the Zenkai system. I think that the issue with it is that it is restricted. I think that the team building aspect of it, if they really expand on it and they give EXs and heroes their own unique quirks for Zenkai, I think this could be a really exciting way to bi-weekly spice the meta. I like it. I like the salt that's going through the community. I like the energy that it brings when a new unit drops that people already have. Like, look at this Gohan. These people didn't even have to summon for it, half of them. just had it in their box, then suddenly they're told they get 2,000 Z power ready, and they can go buy another 5K's worth of Chrono Crystals if they want a crazy unit.
He's exceptionally dope in that sense, being the first one to do that for sure.
Well, there's going to be more. You guys have already talked about it. When it rains, it pours with this kind of game, right? They're gonna start releasing these other units. They're already doing it with Zenkai, and I know a lot of people are really upset, and I know Goresh is personally doing like every single unit that comes out, but you guys call me an outlier case. He's an outlier case. Not everybody's chasing every unit.
Yeah. No,
you know?
Well, he's only doing it to show everybody else for YouTube. Like,
oh yeah. And we're obviously we're cognizant of that, but I think that people can now actually, with the rate that Zenkais are coming out, they're thinking in the back of the head, when's my unit coming? Right? That's actually a real thought you can have.
I'm thinking that for Frieza.
Yeah, exactly. and I think that's exciting, and especially since the meta is not going to get sales, not going to be Vegito Blue. Right now, it's going to be Godhan for a while, and then we're going to have 18, and the cycle continues, and that's fun. I think
that is fun, but it's also part of the problem because it's very predictable. It's like A comes out, A is OP, then B comes out, B counters A, so B is OP. Then C comes out, C counters B, so C is OP, and then D comes out. Like, it would be cooler to me if they did something like A and B come out. A and B are polar opposites of each other. Then B and C come out, and B counters, or then C and D come out, and C counters B, and D counters A, but like 2 at a time, just so that there's always.
I want to see how far you could go, dude. I want to get like X and Y come out, and they counter W.
Well, I mean, to hammer home Naz's point is that there, I agree with him because there's always a pro and then there's a con, right? There's like right now we're expecting what's gonna be Blue 18 to come out and like really wreck LF Gohan, you know? Well, if anything, it should have been like 16 and Gohan out at the same time, and then a month later it'd be something else, like another regen unit besides Cell or something like that. So like there's a diversity in the meta, because right now it's always chasing what's going to counter the next thing, as opposed to A and D come out and then C and B and C and then W and X and stuff like that, where they can all coexist and have a healthy competitive scene in the PvP, which is where this is mostly effective. So like I agree with Nas in that point, where instead of going A, B, C, D, just down the line being predictable with it every 2 weeks, it should have been really spice it up. And then you won't be seeing the same team. Like who sent that picture today in the group chat where it was like all Gohan?
Oh, that was Nas, yeah, on the leaderboard.
The wall of Gohan on the leaderboard.
Right. So like you don't want that, right? You just don't want that kind of every 2 weeks it's going to change to whatever is the latest Zenkai. I mean, granted, that's really how the gacha system of competitive gaming works. But if you want to foster a more competitive thing, you would have Gohan plus something else. 2 teams that can coexist to each other, that can fight reasonably well against each other, but don't dominate each other. And then next couple weeks, you have something that counters one and another one that lives peacefully coexist in the meta. So
I think they were trying that with the anniversary. I think that's why we got Super versus GT, and then they were just like, but it's Vegito Blue, so
yeah, GT.
And like, we can't make Super Saiyan 4 Goku as good as Vegito Blue. Let's be realistic here.
I actually, I would agree with what Professor said earlier in the fact that Zenkai, like, it's exciting when you get Zenkai units coming out. Oh, yeah. But I think the biggest problem is that like what percentage of the player base can actually obtain like these Zenkai units. That's the biggest problem.
Well, level cap's always been an issue.
The path needs to be open to them. Like. Yep. Imagine if you had an upgrade panel where your characters sit in those tanks that that frankly is the Zenkai tank, right? Where your character they'd just be floating there, and you would know there'd be a timer that when that timer's up, they're gonna get 100 Z power when they pop out, right?
Yep.
And so, yeah, I think if you had that, and okay, when I hit 1500 Z power for Z7 or not Z7 level 7?
3000.
3000. Sorry, wow, that's way more. No, 3000. Then you could see the meter going up. You would know that, like I use the analogy, throw it in the oven, but your unit's cooking, and when they're ready, you get to play with the new Zenkai. I think as long as it's openly shown to the player that doesn't have the unit, it will happen. Not that it's a dream, but that it's a reality that's just a few months away. I think as long as that dream's open for them, you'll get them to keep doing their
Well-
daily login at the very least, and that's important for the whales.
Well, I mean, you make a good point where they need to be able to have a roadmap. And I think a lot of other gacha games I play, they do roadmaps where they tell you every Friday we have a newsletter. There's here's the PvP season, and here's like a couple of units we're forecasting. So hey, there's a new legendary character coming out, so get ready. It's coming out in 3 weeks. So on those other games, you got to farm up other characters, blah blah. It gives you a time period and a goal to set. So I agree with you. The problem with Zenkai is not a lot of people can, Zenkai them. But if with the multi Z power, with you being able to buy multi Z power from different sources, and if they gave you a roadmap to say, hey, in next month, these are the 2 new Zenkais we're going to have. And then they give you a preview of the kit, and you're like, actually, you know what? I have a team for androids. I'm going to get Android 18 or female warriors. And so but I don't have her at 7-star. I'm going to take the next month to pump all my Z power into Android 18 to get her to 7-star so I can Zenkai her when we're ready. So it's kind of a symptom of the fact that they just drop the Zenkais out of nowhere. And they give you like 3 days, 4 days, like Goresh will tell you, to get everything ready to get them to max out if you want it, if you could. But if people were capable of seeing like, okay, it's 2 weeks, it's 4 weeks away, that's the one I'm going to target, and then I'm going to just dump all my multi-Z power. I'm going to farm all the super souls and the regular souls in Zenkai now to get ready for it.
Well, so would you guys want to see, would you want to see them lay out kind of the rough idea from month to month? Like you play something like Pokemon Go, for example, is a good example. They give you everything that's happening in that month, like the first day of that month, or even like a couple days before, going into it, what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, what are you doing, to then prep for it so okay, I want to have an instance because this community is going to happen at this point. I want to make sure I don't use any coins until that happens. I feel like Legends could definitely benefit from that if they're like, hey, this unit's going to get it, this unit's going to get it, this unit's going to get it. You're not going 6 months ahead of time, 1 month. Then you got a month that you're like, I want this one. And that's what you prep for that entire month.
I think they've been getting better at
for sure,
telling us what's coming. Because remember, they showed they gave us Gohan's Zenkai is coming soon, like a while ago. So we knew that was coming. And now they're giving us the hint for 18, I guess. So I mean, they're giving us advance notice.
When we had this kind of community, you could just like we all just knew who it was like the first day when that one kid put it up and then tweeted everywhere. You may as well just put it in game saying, "Yo, 18's getting it."
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It literally says a female android known to be a cool beauty is like they that's pretty much them blatantly saying.
Well, it's a female android says 21.
Yeah, but the problem is what color is it? Like the whole point is of knowing in advance is that you can prepare in advance. Because if you're somebody who's farming the souls, and I know I'm an outlier, but like you want to know in advance who it is so that you can spend your energy running the soul stage that you need. That's the problem.
I don't think that's their concern, though. I think I'm not saying it's insidious necessarily, but I think what they want is that moment of surprise. Oh, hey, this unit is coming out. No, that's a unit I really care about. If you see that during this month of September, it looks like Trunks is going to get another Zenkai. Okay, well, I guess I'm going to start saving my PvP CC. When they randomly drop a unit a week before, like Maj and Vegeta teasers, and then you like start the hype train the week before, that's way more powerful. And I think it's probably more powerful for them financially because people are more likely to spend the resource when they don't know what's ahead.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But this is the counterpoint I have is, if you're a free-to-play player, this is where you feel completely pissed because you want to have those units, but you don't have anything ready for it. So that's what I'm saying. Like you're catering to the whales and you're milking them fine. Like the way they're doing it to milk the whales is a-okay. That's just how you do it. But if you're a free-to-play player and you want to keep up with the game, at least be somewhat competitive, or if you're a small dolphin and just stay, happy with it, I wouldn't be happy if I was that player. So that's my point, is like having these roadmaps, it's always good because it's not going to change like the whales really in terms of their spending capability, right? But what it's doing is allowing the free-to-play players to have some sort of agency to their progression. When you're always in a wild mix of like, oh crap, I want to get this one and I need to get that one, but I don't know, and I lost all my CC, I have nothing, so I'm gonna get screwed this next season. You're just gonna get frustrated and leave. So that's what I'm saying. Like, this is one idea that I'm proposing, that you can actually give your free to play, which is the general player base, or the more Dolphin players, at least some agency in their progression.
I agree with you. I think my favorite thing, when people keep asking me what my favorite changes that I've seen Bandai do, and I think it's just that they're willing to tease stuff in a newsletter, right?
Yeah.
I love the newsletter. I love even reading they're talking about a guild change. It got me to take my guild and filter out all the people that aren't active on my Discord, just so I knew I could communicate with these people if I ever needed to. And so I think that alone hyped me. I know other people must have felt it too. So I think a newsletter showing, hey, these are the Zenkai slated for the month, right? And then maybe a question mark over a very obscure silhouette, so we could be hyped over some unknown unit that's to come.
Yeah.
I think that would be really impactful. I'm sure.
My
I
favorite
don't disagree
thing,
here.
one of my favorite things is when they tease the new units, and it's like those teaser things on Twitter. Those are the best. I love those.
I feel like that's what they tried to do with the whole cool beauty quote, like you were saying, to tease Android 18.
Yeah, but that's okay. So
nowhere near the level.
I
But there's
get
still
that.
people that don't know if it's yellow or blue.
Exactly,
Gresh is
yeah.
doing both right now.
Yeah. I mean, I'm like 99% sure it's gonna be blue, but there's always a chance that it's gonna be yellow, and then it's I have all the blue ones farmed, and it's yellow, and I'm just like, okay, well, now what?
What you're doing right now in the game makes me want to kill myself.
Well, farming
Oh yeah,
quests.
no, this is the worst part. They need to give him a button to select them in mass.
Endless hours of just menu clicking.
It hurts by the end of it.
Well-
You literally do it thousands of times.
Yep.
I mean, if you guys are curious why people are willing during the equipment seasons, right now you get like endless items. Like I don't know if you've been in and out of the equipment shop, but people just forfeit matches. But it's even more tedious, man, because if you're truly equipment farming, you go into PvP, you grind your rank up until you hit the queue, and then you let people slaughter you all the way back down, and you get medals all the way back down, and then you grind it all the way back up. And that's how you equipment farm in Dragon Ball Legends, everybody. It's
Well, I
they need
mean,
to overhaul this.
Yeah, because I played a lot during that first Golden Showdown season. Like I had 30,000 equipment medals or whatever during that first Showdown season, and I mean to get down to what I'm at now, like it took hours and hours and hours and hours.
Really quick, dude, you can sort it by rank, and then it'll make your equipment so much easier. You can literally just, whoa, man, come on. If you not order received, man, if you hit the way it's sorting it and you change it to rank, then all your C's will show up right on the top. You can lock them all immediately, and you can even have it filter out to where you can just mass out all your D's and E's and never look at your C's, and you can't even accidentally click them.
But then
it'll save you time, I promise.
Oh, you mean rarity? No, rank.
Yeah, you start by, sorry, rarity. Not rarity, sorry, rank. Yeah, A, B, C, D, E.
Oh, and then it's
upgradable
upgradable
automatically.
Upgradable.
Yeah, so
only?
see how you currently have it by order received next to filter?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Change it to rank. Or
Okay, I
sorry,
get it, yeah.
rarity. Is it rarity or rank? I don't know. No, it's rank. Yeah, because that's the Z, right? And then you
Yeah.
go and then take the filter and add non-upgradable to the filter.
Yeah, I got it.
And then what it'll do is everything that you haven't upgraded will go out of the list. And then, yeah, boom. And now it's filtered for you. And you can sell them much easier, and you can just spam click.
I mean, it's still going to be annoying, though.
Oh, it's a pain in the rear. That's what I'm saying. They need an auto button where you can set the filter for
I
the
got
auto
2
button to click all
reds.
your D's
Wow.
and E's. But yeah, you can see all your C's and your high D's much easier now. They will just always be at the top of the list.
I'm doing this forever now because I got 2 reds from that. So thanks.
We good with the main topics, or do you guys want to keep going or go to questions?
We're at
yeah.
4.5 hours, so questions probably pretty appropriate.
Okay, I'm gonna read through my donations real quick.
Yeah, donos first, then questions.
I think we have like 1 or 2 lingering Dokkan ones from before, but I'll just go through those quick. Maurice Pop donated, says, "Why no Dragon Ball Super manga characters?" It's because I don't think they think manga characters would sell. Because I know Heroes doesn't even do those. And then Sergio Pinone with the $5 says, "Do you think Dokkan should start vaulting units, like units from your?" I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Vaulting means just taking them out of the pool. So So there's a maximum of 200 SSRs. They'll take out some like some Dokkan Fest out and some like random ones. The suitor way to vault it is just to leave them permanently in the gacha coin shop. Right. So like, I'm never gonna pull AGL Super Vegito again. He's just gonna forever be 150 red coins. You know what I mean? That's what he means by vaulting.
I don't know if they should do that or not. I don't think so. I don't know what you think.
Or you would just have like a vault banner that has all those units on there.
Yeah, they would do that. I could do that.
No, but that would be like a separate banner where so that the normal like Dokkan Fest, hey, you would never pull AGL Super Vegito or physical Super Vegito. They would be in the vault banner, and you can only pull them from there.
But like Masters Pack Z, yeah.
More or less, yeah, their version. Yeah.
Masters Pack is like the vault, except for the fact that they, for whatever freaking reason, decide to put Masters Pack banners on the highlight anniversary step ups and stuff.
Yeah. So.
All right. So next question. I think we're getting into Legends ones now. Max Bianis, $5 says, "I swear to God, if I fight another Zenkai Gohan, I'm gonna LF myself." Yeah, he's in a lot of matches.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good match.
Don't try and get into the top 1,000 then, because you'll die before you get there.
We have a donation from Junebug X7. Says, "Yellow 18, they said popular from the survey." And this is what I'm talking about, where people are pretty sure it's going to be blue 18, but yet there's an argument to be made for yellow. So
okay, my counter to that is that they could have taken from the survey that people wanted Android 18, but that doesn't specify which Android 18 they're going to give the treatment to.
Yeah, they didn't put the code. They saw a bunch of people said 18. I'm like, well, a yellow unit is suicide. We'll give them the blue.
Yeah.
But I mean, the thing is, they asked specifically for the unit's code, right? I think like when I wrote it, I added the code and I also wrote yellow 18, not just 18. I don't know how other people did it.
18. They just put 1-8 and went to the next question.
Let me have Kunji Sony, I think that's how you say this, donated, and it says, "Hey everyone, my question is, why is the game treating free-to-plays like trash by constantly giving Zenkai to every unit that most of the free-to-plays may not have?"
So then you'll summon on multi-Z.
I think it's because they're targeting older units, and a lot of free-to-play players are newer. But if you've been around hitting Master Pack banners, you probably already had Trunks and Boo already done. The ones that feel non-free-to-play friendly feel like DKP. He hasn't been around for a while, at least unless you were summoning for him.
Yeah.
But like Purple Vegeta, everybody, air quotes, that is near day one has him done.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I mean, the way that I read it is that then you have to summon on these banners that come like right now. Like, so we have Gohan's banner, and I'm going like ham on that banner. You would be really tempted to summon on that then if you don't have him very much. That's the way I read it. So if they pick the less popular units, they leave them off the banners, bring them back, those people are going to be really tempted. I don't know.
Thug Life with donation says, "Everyone was bored of VB because he's an auto win, and now Gohan is the same. Is something different about him, or will people be bored of him in a week?" Go ahead.
He doesn't draw strike cards.
I feel like Gohan is an easier win because, like, we were making the Gohan go bird joke earlier, but it really, in the lower tiers of PvP, Gohan will be absolutely more dominant than Vegito Blue. I think that Vegito Blue with his strike armor is kind of on the same tier, and that we're just gonna start expecting this level of units. I think pretty much all the content creators talked about how a new bar was set when Vegito Blue came out.
Yep.
And Gohan, if he didn't meet that bar, you guys were going to be mad. And
yeah, I mean,
he met the bar.
He's just like, this is literally the definition of power creep, right? Because if we don't get past a certain point in terms of power level for these new units, like nobody's going to care, and that's going to affect their sales because nobody's going to summon for them. And that's why I feel like, even though they do have Gohan on this step up with Majin Vegeta, they threw out, the Legends Return banner where it's, hey, increase rate to pull Gohan, and everyone's summoning on there. I wonder if more people summoned on this Gohan Return banner than the Majin Vegeta banner. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, he's on the Majin Vegeta banner, but at 0.25, right?
Yeah, and then he's on the new one at 0.5.
0.5. So
that's why they staggered the release of the banners so that the damage would already be done for Majin Vegeta. Like the Gohan came out with like 2, 3, 4 days later after that banner came out. Like the damage, people that saw it and summoned, like their crystals already burnt. They're gone.
I know a lot of people that work for the Gohan banner in my community, and they not Gohan banner. Sorry, I misspoke. The Vegeta banner, and it's because they don't own. Like I own the Zenkai 7 purple Gohan. If you don't own that unit, you don't own the trunks. This Gohan is not as spicy for your team, right? And so a lot of people that I knew that kind of wanted him as a vanity unit, they hit the Majin Vegeta banner because that's who they really wanted. And then this Gohan is kind of the, well, if it happens kind of deal, since he's both there. If
That's
you're not
what
interested,
I think both Goresh and myself recommended that the average player do anyway. Like, unless you're specifically chasing a hybrids team, because that step up has got all the parts pretty much assembled there for you. But if you're a more general player, then it would be much more well advised to just summon on the Majin Vegeta step up and hope for luck there with that.
Yeah, you still get the units there. Just less like
it literally comes with, it's more value. It's got like the all EX guaranteed step. It's got more tickets, more free summons, like the double rates on new units. Like, it's a better format because the Gohan banner is just one of those little mini step ups. Like, it's got some value to it, but just overall, the Majin Vegeta is going to be more valuable to your average player.
well, if you're starting out the game today and you're about to spend a bunch of money, I think the Gohan banner will give you the better team. But if you are just trying to get a hold of one unit and have some fun right now, you guys keep talking about collecting units, the Majin Vegeta banner is way, way better.
Yeah, the lineup is insane. There's like Kefla on it. There's the
21
God Vegeta, yeah, 21 as well. So the value is just really, really good. Like, I feel like the reason why most people don't just focus on one team is because people like running just a variety of units, right? So
yeah,
it's the only way the game doesn't get stale. I mean, for me, I don't like running too much of a variety of units, but I still have to have like 2 or 3 different teams because like I'll play with one team and I'll keep getting counterplayed, then I'll get frustrated and it's either quit or switch to a different team and like chill out for a little bit, and it'll mix up the experience some.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I always recommend, if you're a newer player, like, you want to focus on summoning on these banners that have just like multiple top tier options for different teams, because it's going to give you more options to actually play the game with.
I mean, every team has a different play style.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you want to play one way and then you get tired, you want to play something else. If you just play one way the entire time, you'll just quit the app. They don't want you to do that. So
in a game like this, like, that is our only variety for the most part. Like,
I think if the private tournament community would be a lot happier if that LBR button, that turned on, because that wasn't a patch thing. I don't know if you guys noticed. When LBR was added to the game, that button wasn't immediately live, because I stayed up until the release because I was so excited to fight with all the 14-star units, right?
Yeah.
But they didn't give it to me right away. It was that afternoon that I got it. And if that button was just always there in friendlies, just imagine how cutthroat and competitive the scene would be on Facebook and on Reddit, when people can't hide behind 14-star. They really are after each other, saying, "Nah, man, I got this." Little private tournaments would be everywhere.
Yeah, I guess the next step would be to equalize equipment, right?
No, I think that, yes, I would love it if your equipment, based off whatever item you were at, had full C out, but I don't think it would ever happen. I think if in a private community, I would encourage people to just not equip items. I used to play a fighting game called Grand Chase, and our community was well tuned enough that we had our own private rules that were understood, and what was bad manners and what wasn't. I think the private communities, just how we can already say no rush. Heck, when I find you on ladder, you just instinctually know not to rush me, it seems. And I like that.
Yeah.
And so the fact that we know not to do that, we could go further that, okay, we're fighting and, not going to equip items on the friendly match. I'll have teams that are built not to abuse the fact that there's one RNG mechanic. So I think the community just doesn't have the tools to foster the PvP climate we want.
Well, but that's on the devs to develop that.
Yeah,
so.
I've interacted with quite a few friends that play in like this game's private tournament scene, and I feel bad. Like, I kind of give him shit, but I don't, and I'm like, because he'll always argue with me. He's like, this game's so competitive, like skill this and that, and I'm like, yeah, it could be, and it kind of is when y'all play, but y'all are forcing the game to operate outside of the intended way that it was designed, to try and force a competitive element into the game. And like that, it's really not the responsibility of the community to do that. That should be on the devs to provide that experience, because it's like all the no Rising Rush tournaments. It's like it's hard for me to sit there and be like, oh yeah, that's a legitimate tournament, and that person that won is actually the best in the world, because the game's not really inherently designed to be played that way. So while that person is definitely probably the best person in that community in which they won in, it's just, I don't know, it just makes it so weird that the devs aren't facilitating any type of real competitive side to this game. And I mean, that's their prerogative to do that or not. And the community is going to do what it wants to do to respond in response, I guess. It's just, it's a weird, awkward situation.
I've heard negative input from larger spenders about the idea that specifically that I have access to units that they paid for. And that's a fair thing. It is something that they did have to, summon for or whatever. But they don't like that. And Laura mentioned that on the ranked ladder that whales really like to just crush someone. They don't want to fight. They want to crush someone. They want to laugh at how pathetic that opponent was. But that's taken away from them if we give them the BR button.
I like it. I don't know. I like the equality, but there's a reason why.
Cutthroat.
I'm not cutthroat
guy.
Okay.
Like, you laugh and you get, dude. You're not cutthroat, but I mean, you're definitely competitive. But there's a difference in being like, I don't want to say a dickhead, but and being competitive. You're a very competitive person. You're good at the game, and you know that. But you don't play the game for that reason solely. I feel like maybe you. I don't know, but
I don't know.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Just plays the game for content.
I think ultimately they're going to be holding to that this is a dare I say pay to win, but I don't believe that. I am one of those people in NAS that believe that you get so far on the other end of the spectrum on getting good at this game, you can take a force unit like the Ginyu Force and make people look bad. Oh, it's a good team. I don't want to get fighting about that, but it's a very vanilla team. And that's why I picked them as an example of a team you can be top 1K with right now if you're good. But I know there's people, well, Gohan, right? But if you're really pushing yourself, then yeah, you'll make it. I promise you will.
I also think this game has a skill ceiling, though, because of the way that the game is inherently designed. Like, yeah, there definitely is skill, and players like Bebop and you and Goresh are definitely better than someone that just turned the game on last week or today. But
they're better than me. I've been playing for 2 years.
Because of I mean, you too. You're better than someone that started playing last week.
I'm decent, but like comparatively.
But yeah, there definitely is skill in this game, but because of the way they designed it, like with the Rising Rush and the 14 stars, and also the way that they've altered the game, like the battle system, like they took out the tackle step, they took out the altered sidestep, and they're definitely not doing themselves any favors by appealing to that competitive community of this game in that regard. So, I mean, I wish that they would have designed the game with more Dragon Ball fighters in mind, as well as Dokkan, but I don't know how they can start to deviate back in that direction this late in the game. Besides just offering friend matches where you have all the different options where you can set parameters for your own matches.
I think it is the right choice. I think that when you look at modding communities for games, like that's completely outside of the developers, and that community will thrive without anybody having to spend money. It's just people wanting things to happen for the game. And if they give me an option to make a PvP lobby with spectators, or they give me an option to turn Rising Rush off in at least my private match, I understand that with the argument of saying that the game is built with Rush intended. So in the official ranked ladder, we are going to play with Rising Rush, right? And Paralysis and Feint, whatever, sure, that's fine. But if you give me in my custom match to choose that Rising Rush is disabled, that all units are 14 stars, that items are disabled, so on and so forth, and just give me a list of options,
Yeah, I'm all for that.
Boom, you will immediately have the competitive community just on their knees saying this is it.
Yeah, and then that's also the developers showing some level of awareness that scene exists, and then tailoring the game to facilitate that, instead of it just being some unspoken verbal agreement that you enter to when you want to play these private tournaments. Like,
I played a game called the Guild Wars 2 for many years, and they had a GVG scene because the developers never added that feature, and the community had to create the scene itself. And they later threw the community a bone by making a map that was obviously meant for people to host GVGs on, just off into the corner to where they wouldn't, bother anybody. I feel like that's all they need to do for Dragon Ball Legends PvP. Just let me, if I'm fighting my friend, why do you care what I'm doing? Just, let me pick the rules.
I agree. Yeah. Lobbies and custom things would only help this game.
Yeah, but that require development time. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Anyways,
they don't want to. They're like, is this worth our time and our money? What are we going to get back for this? Relatively nothing. Oh, it's not worth the time and the effort.
well, okay, just to be before. I mean, we were off on a tangent, but the one way they could definitely fix this is if they made it a relatively cheap sub model where they could give you those things. Pay $5 a month. You can have all these custom lobby stuff. Easy. They get some money out of it. They can allocate that money for development time, and it's an easy ongoing revenue for them that would foster some care with the community and whatnot. But that's how I would approach it.
Yeah, they could do something like, even if they pursued that route, they have the like the guild creation tickets that you can buy with currency. Why don't they just make some private match lobby tickets? And every time you consume a ticket, you can create a lobby with whatever the heck rules you want or something like that.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway, speculate.
Yeah, I was just gonna move on to the next donation. Let's see. We just finished this one. Next one we have from the Legion. He just says, "Take my money. I don't need it. I will gladly take your money. Thank you." John Doe, thanks for the donation, says, "I'm your number one simp. Notice me. You've been noticed. Thanks for your donation. Thanks for your contribution." Brian Z donates, says, "Didn't they tease a turn-based mode? I'll get down." Yeah, I think we talked about this earlier, right? I'll get down on the Legends Pokemon
I was
battle.
actually reading that out of the chat, his donation, when I referenced that. Brian Z's a regular. He's a good dude.
Yeah, I recognize the name. I appreciate that, Brian Z. He actually donated a few more times. We'll get to that in a second. Blah blah blah. Yeah, okay, so the next one is from him as well. He says, "Are we getting Zenkais too fast to keep up with?" And I think this does go along with what we were talking about earlier with it's not really intended for everybody to just grind every single Zenkai unit or have every single Zenkai unit. So I think the problem really comes down to, are they releasing too many Zenkai units for the same tags? Like that's my concern. And I think, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I just overtalked you. I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I like it when they accentuate one tag. If you pick up the game today, you're summoning for one tag. If you think of this like a card game, like Yu-Gi-Oh or something, right? There's an archetype you're summoning for. They're finishing one before they start the next one. If we have a bunch of half-baked stuff, you're gonna. I don't know if you guys remember when Beerus dropped. He was one of the few God Key units in the game.
Yeah.
Because he had no supporting team, he was worthless. He would have been good if he had supporting units. His kit was decent for that era, but he didn't have a team. If we stop halfway and we don't give the Zenkais, because as long as they don't do the situation with Gohan where they're dropping double Zenkai buff and they drop 2 or 3 per team at a time, I see that as them finishing the team before they move on to the next one, not them making one team the be all end all. Because region is not the be all end all. It is not, and it has 3 of them ready to go right now. It's just not. That's my take, at least.
I don't know. I just feel like, because like for hybrids, like they have 3.5, I guess, if you want to count Blue Trunks Zenkai units. And we're looking at like female warriors with 0. LOE has 1. So I mean, there's a few teams that
neglecting some tags. It's kind of in between what both of y'all were just saying. Like they could definitely neglect tags less, but be good at making fully fleshed out teams at the same time.
Okay, well, let's say they drop a Zenkai 18 right now. Yellow unit buffs female warriors. What unit is on a banner right now that you're going to use with that 18?
No one, because but it's because the entire team just is not good, and they haven't touched it in months.
Oh, I agree.
I don't know.
That's a bigger issue, but I think right now when they segue into new Zenkais, we're kind of in a regeneration android kind of, they're starting to reemerge, right? And so if they stop now, I think Blue 18. I personally hope she buffs Blue android units. I think it'll resurrect. I think he's 13, or and some other units will come back to the forefront. but I think I would prefer her to getting the Android tag over the female tag, just because Android, it's not there yet. It's
Yeah,
good,
me too.
but it's not there yet, and they need that extra push.
I would
Yeah,
agree
but I
with that.
mean, the other aspect of this question is also the materials. You want to farm all the Zenkai units, and you get one every 2 weeks. Okay, we get the Zenkai souls, but you're nowhere near to get all the Rising souls unless you really just buy energy tickets, which at this point you can't, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been saying forever that the problem is the Super Soul grind. Like, even I'll show you on stream right now. Like, to grind all the Super Souls I needed. Look at the lopsided amount of these Rising Souls that I have for red. The Rising Soul 6s. I have 82,000 of these because I needed to grind the stage for the Super Souls. That's the only reason why I have that many. And I didn't even end up using half of my Rising Souls because I was just spamming those stages for the Super Souls that I needed. So
I think they can solve that with a better conversion shop.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely need to update that recycle center to add a different, like, I don't know, turn in your Rising Souls for Super Souls, or I don't know, not just Zenkai Souls, because at this point
And
Zenkai
then I
Souls
like
are
how you have only 315 of the purple version of that soul, but 82,000 reds.
yeah, because I was trying to get the Super Soul.
Well, yeah, but someday those souls will be used. There will be an exchange point, you know.
Hopefully, yeah.
Or maybe they just add it to the rush shop, like they did with the Zenkai souls, because their conversion rate for the rare metals is.
Yeah, rare metals are.
I'll touch on one thing real quick, and we probably have to move on to the next one. But I just want to agree with what Professor's saying, because I kind of see it a little bit different now that you mention it that way. Do you want two teams that are okay, or do you want one team to be really solid? And I kind of agree with that, like that mentality of, if you want to use androids, it's cool that they're good. 16 is good. I don't think 18 is good. I think she will be females. I don't think she'll be androids. I hope she is androids, but I hadn't thought of it that way. I just want to say I agree with you. Like,
But I think the reason why that's even a problem in the first place is because the fact that they just neglected the female team for like
100%,
7 months or whatever it is.
Well, we talked about it in that stream that the warriors that are on female fit better on other teams.
Yeah,
and maybe that's maybe why it feels like it's lacking, because it's not terrible. Like, you have two really good options in 21 and Kefla to build a team, and then you kind of have to go from there. But they just fit so much better on Regen Infused Warrior. Like, it's infinitely better. I think even if we got a unit to bring females together, like this Blue 18, she may not bring that team together because you're still going to run Kefla on Fusion with Vegito Blue. I don't know, though.
Well, I think that the current formula seems to be that if a new player picks up the game, there will be 2 to 3 banners and a new Zenkai to accompany them that you can summon for. And if you're new to the game, like, we look at these return banners and people meme and go easy skip or whatever, right? But these are some pretty cool looking characters for a lot of people that haven't been immersed in the game long enough. And I think the current formula needs to be that if I decide that I'm going to go for that character, that you don't immediately switch from Android to, okay, well, now we're doing LOE and GT, right? It needs to be small transitions. Like, Regen to Android works well because Cell and 21 are both Regen and Android units. And I feel like they could segue pretty easily into females with the fact that you can do Android with female and Regen, frankly. They do have common tags. I think that's the best way to segue. We saw it with the movie tag, frankly, where they dropped a movie unit followed by a movie unit followed by a movie unit, right? And then it was just movies everywhere. But anybody that played during that era was able to make a team confidently, even if you missed a banner. Maybe it's an issue with how many banners they're willing to have live at a given moment. But I don't know. I feel like the way it feels, like a lot of people call them their decks, as if you're playing a trading card game. And they like to design the deck and control the current meta. Like, if you play Hearthstone, you know there's only a few decks that are currently viable.
Yep.
And I believe that's kind of what Legends is replicating to a degree.
Yeah, I don't mind there being a few options that are there. It's just, I don't know. I'd rather, like, let's say you were somebody who was like, you know, a female warrior, like how you are with hybrids, right? You're only focusing on hybrid. What if there was somebody who was only a female warriors player, and then all of a sudden they just didn't care about your team for like 7 months?
Okay, so I kind of was there for hybrids. The first breath of fresh air I got in a long time was Purple Trunks.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that I personally was a little relieved because I was able to go for what I call my vanity units. It's like when I was working on my Broly team and stuff, because I already owned all the hybrids I cared about, and I was just kind of having dreams of Gohan being done someday.
Yeah.
And so it didn't bother me as much, but I will acknowledge that I'm not as affected by the hype. You tell me units coming out in 6 months, I'm gonna be hyped the same way I'm hyped if it's coming out in a week. So I think that it's just a bit depending on the mentality. Like, you brought up female warriors, but the first thing that comes to my mind is, well, Red 18 and 21 are still one of my more favorite units, in my opinion. I know it's not the best, but I do feel their pain where they're wanting Zenkais. And I do think with the current rate that they're dropping them bi-weekly, and we just got 2 of them. You guys
Yeah.
were mentioning if they could drop 2. I mean, what happens when they start dropping EX Zenkais, and then you can get 2 tags at once because B-Pan, and then maybe a new unit gets as well.
Bring the Ginyu Force event back again and have all 5 of them Zenkai at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
You guys were
god.
talking about free to play. That's one of the things I wanted to mention
Yeah,
really quick.
Zenkai, so they'll only require like half the resources of sparking. So
I think there should always be an event, whether it be LR, Ginyu Force, whatever, that a new player starts the game and can see an entirely completable free-to-play team for them to farm. Whether we know realistically they're not going to get them all 7-star or whatever, but they could get the general framework of a team, like the Super Warrior team. Not great, but it's usable at 2-star, right?
I do agree that those events should rotate back around much more frequently than they do.
I think there should at least be one active at any given moment.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when the Ginyu Force event wasn't there for saying, hey, at least if you're a new player, you should have that event around until you get 3 stars and then it just disappears. At least that. Or now to 6 stars to make it usable.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know why it goes away. Like it should just be on a rotation, like how the story events are on a rotation, right?
Well,
Like
I think
the
Legends Road. Imagine if it had its own tab and you could just pick the Legends Road unit you were currently working on for your energy dump that day.
yeah, that'd be cool. I would take that.
Also, I want to second the Zenkai Ginyu Force. Do it now.
All right, we have a donation from sorry if I mispronounce your name. Ashutosh Sama donated 100 rupees. Thank you. Implementing categories and rewards in top leaderboards after every season in PvP to motivate players. And he says an example is the highest RR damage in ranked, top 3, etc.
Also, like different little challenges and milestones would be, that would be neat.
That could be cool. Yeah, I could see that. Maybe like longest combo chained or something. I don't know.
I had a video similar to Ryuden's, but I didn't know it hit 99 and just kept pulsing 99 at you after it hits 99. But
I mean, he gets Fusion Warriors.
oh yeah, most definitely. It was a Kefla Fate into a Vegito Blue combo for the second time.
Mm-hmm.
But
are you talking about the hit counter stops at 99?
it stops at 99 and just keeps pulsing at that point. You just see 99, 99, 99, 99. The game was not designed to even hit that number.
Brian Z again, thank you. Says, can we just get Zenkai Green GT Kid Goku already? Hey, Brad, shout out to Brad.
He did.
Oh, he did. Oh, he's not here anymore.
No, he left. He had to go.
Oh, okay. We got Thug Life again. He says, why aren't they updating Masters Pack Z? Yeah, it's a good question. I think how many are we behind now? Like 4, 3? I don't know.
I think
Good.
that I personally don't even want to summon on it anymore because I finished the unit I care about. I think there needs to be a second banner.
Yeah. Well, the problem with this banner is, like, are they going to add Gohan there? Like, are they going to put LF Gohan on the banner?
Theoretically, they should. I mean, Beerus is on there.
They could just split the percent that's currently there for Beerus between the two.
Yeah,
because like higher so the players don't feel cheated.
The problem with adding more units to that banner is that the rate for each individual character is just going to get diluted, right? So it's going to be harder and harder to pull a specific unit that you want from the banner. That's the problem I have with it.
They could, what Professor said, just do Masters Pack Z.
Yeah, Masters Pack Z too. Yeah.
So
well, they could have just. I prefer at least if just no banner. I think Dokkan has like red coins or something that you get for when you summon that you can exchange for units later.
Mm-hmm.
I would like it if they expanded the exchange shop option and just instead of having only 6 units in the game, we can exchange these tickets for. have
Wait,
a
are
whole
you insinuating that they should add another unit to the shop besides only the blue Spirit Bomb Goku, who's completely useless?
maybe. No, I'm not for the rush exchange. I'm saying for like have a general currency that we're expected to get when we summon on banners that are off. You know, when banners return, have the multi summon currency that you get be a currency that you can go then exchange for to pick up any unit. Just have just a massive catalog of units.
You mean like the
And
Legends
then you
tickets?
know it's overpowered.
Step
Oh, sorry, what?
a
What, you mean
better
you mean like the Legends tickets shop, right?
Yeah, just like that. But right now, there's like Bojack and Gohan and like a couple
That
other
hasn't
useless
okay.
units.
That is like one of the biggest things they need to update in this game. I've been saying this every week. They don't even have LF Vegeta in there yet. He came out in what,
Imagine if
November?
sparkling unit. Yeah, it's but what whale doesn't already have it? And the community, like I said, you need a path that you can work on. And if a new player sees that they're getting these tickets, oh, I only need 150 more of these, and I get a free copy of this unit. Cool. I'm
Yeah.
gonna keep hitting these banners.
I think
Right?
they should lower the
That's
cost
what
of
the
those
idea.
tickets, add more units, and add those tickets on every single multi you do in the entire game.
Well, they can have units like on a rotation. Like this month, this unit is only this many tickets, right?
Well, yeah,
And so people are like, oh, I can pick up DKP right now.
Just statically grow. They could definitely rotate it, but right now, it's like Garage said, it's been stagnant for months.
Yeah, I think they have something like this in Grand Cross, right, where it's cheaper in the shop for a certain amount of time.
Well, Grand Cross also has like you do summon like 6 times and you get a guaranteed banner featured
I
unit.
was about to bring up, how do you guys feel about them bringing pity summons into Legends?
That would be great.
Well, pity
Yeah.
summons like that pretty much is what the Legends ticket shop should be. Like that's the correct model. That's what Dokkan is with the red coins. You spend 50, you do a multi summon, you spend 50 stones, you get 10 red coins, and you need like 300 to 400 coins to buy a unit that you want. So what Legends needs to do is Legends just needs to add every single featured unit available on the banner in the Legends shop for that banner. And when the banner goes away, you just take them out. So if you don't pull the unit in like X amount of crystals, you can at least have enough tickets to buy them from the shop, right? That's the pity system in a nutshell.
But they stop hoarders in this game. I'm sure you've noticed, like with multi
Oh, yeah.
power, you can only hold so much. So they even did it with the tickets. You can't hoard the tickets waiting
know,
for
it
the new
sucks.
LFs to come out.
I know.
So I think ultimately we can muse together about how they could fix the game. I think they already know this, and they are intentionally not doing it.
Yep, I agree. Otherwise, I would just save all of my tickets for LF Frieza, and that was my plan initially. But then I realized there was a cap for 1,500.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay.
I also have to buy a unit, and then it's also the same. It's even worse for the Z power, which or even 5 days.
Yeah,
You
multi
can't
Z
even-
power.
You can't even keep it in your gift box for a month.
Next donation we have is from, actually this is the final one that I'm seeing here, is from Elusive Grain. He says, went to summon on Step Up and got Majin Vegeta. Hey, congrats. All right. That is the final donation. I guess we can go through like 1 or 2 questions on Twitter, and then I think we'll call it because this has been going on for a while. Let me pull up the thread here. Let's see if we can find any good questions.
Please hold the line. Just play some elevator music.
That's what you call the music I play on my stream.
Someone asked, who is the best Zenkai 1 unit? That's interesting. I don't know if I've ever even thought of that. I think
Boo and Cooler.
I was just about to say Boo and Cooler are probably the two that come to mind initially. So I think it probably is one of those two, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that statement.
I guess it's also the question of whether you just look at the individually or the.
Say that again.
It's the question of whether you look at the character individually or whether you look at the team support and their ability.
Yeah. I would probably have to go with Boo right now, just because of the team. But Cooler can definitely be up there too if you have like a good LOE team. I think I'd go with Boo.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I would go with Boo. When people were arguing that we should have the old free 1,000, Awakening Z power, so you get the Zenkai level 1. For me, I always saw the Z1s as kind of worthless besides Zenkai Boo and
Yeah.
Cooler. Like Z1 meant nothing to me. I was like almost like they were just giving me the pity. Like, here, you get to pretend you're using a Zenkai while this guy's got the true Z7 monster over here.
Yeah. Oh, this is an interesting question. Actually, I haven't thought of this ever before. The guy says, do you think they should do more with Shallot as a customizable character? And then he says, feel like we should have any outfit we want. Personally, I want Whis Vegeta battle gear. And then he says, picking strike and blast animations.
That's what I was touching on earlier, where they could add some value back with the friendship system, where like you get them to friendship 20, just cuts the head off their character model and puts Shallot's head on it essentially, so you can get their costume for Shallot. I mean, obviously that wouldn't work for Whis because Whis is skinny as hell, but you know, like you could do earnable cosmetics, switchable green cards, switchable ultimate arts. The red and yellow card animations would probably be a little bit more complicated for them to do because of the way the T-pose and the rigging works, but it could probably still be done. I mean,
I would like to get more tags based off the outfit he's wearing. That way he's not just a Saiyan unit. Imagine if you put on the Frieza Force, or sorry, the Vegeta battle gear, and he gets the Frieza Force tag. You know, and I would really, really, really feel like, Shallot feels like the Saiyan unit. He's really cool, but if you don't run Saiyans and you don't really get to have fun with Shallot, I think it would be really cool if we could expand the teams he goes on.
Yeah, that would be cool too. Like, what if they changed his Z ability so it doesn't just give Saiyans health, it just gives any character in the game that he's on a bench with health instead of Saiyan.
Yeah, but he needs to be receiving the Z abilities too from the team, But what if he had a unique, after you Zenkai Shallot, to where he's Omni, and he's the only unit in the game that will receive the tag bonuses? I feel like they could expand on Shallot. Then it will have the issue, obviously, of, well, they just sold me 1 out of my 6 units permanently, or he sucks, So I don't know. But I'd really like the idea of them expanding Shallot. I really want them to go back to Super Saiyan 1 and 2 and to make them to where there's a reason for me to say, hey, no, actually, I run Super Saiyan 2. Check this out. It brings these buffs. For these reasons, I run it because it happens to help out this new unit. That should be an argument I have with people, not, oh, no, you run God Shallot. Super Saiyan 3 is kind of nifty, but style points. You run God Shallot.
Imagine Shallot on regen.
Yeah, well, that would be fun. And that goes on me saying, like, I want to see teams where you want to run Frieza next to Boo, next to Cell. I mean, that would be an exciting team, full powerful opponents, and you're actually, respecting the team, not just because the guy's, memeing on you, but because the team itself is actually truly terrifying. They need to make the tags broader just in general. But that goes back to them, when trading card games make decks, they purposely gear the archetypes, right? And they're doing it in Legends too. Right now we're getting hybrids, and we're getting, I guess, hybrids and Saiyans now. A little bit of Android sprinkled in there with regen.
Sorry, I'm trying to look for another question.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely waiting for it.
It's just a monologue right now. It's okay.
I feel like we talked about most of these things
Goten
already.
and Trunks. I feel like they're probably going to buff Vegeta family and Sun family. So
yeah, I mean,
fun if you guys are subbing for hybrids.
Personally, I'm much more interested in seeing what the Trunks is going to do, because Goten, we already have a really well established Sun family and hybrid team, like for him to be fitting on. So I think Vegeta family, especially with the Majin Vegeta who just came out, I feel like that is who I'm going to be focused more on. So we'll see what he does. Let's see. Here's one. Well, I guess we'll end with this, and then we have one more donation to go over. But we'll just go with this first. This guy says, do you think that a rematch button should be implemented in PvP matches? They can make it so where you can request a rematch from said player, and if the opposing player chooses to rematch, it'll put you in a friend battle match so you can rematch together however many times both you and the player wants without having to actually be friends in the game, and you or the opponent can choose to rematch or not.
Sounds good. I mean, if it's just really, I don't know, you're saying, okay, I got unlucky and I want to see if I can beat him in the next turn, sure.
Well, that rematch button would be for PvP and co-op, and that would be a godsend for co-op. So
Oh yeah, for co-op. Yeah, I don't know why they haven't done that yet. It's been way too long.
They're goobers.
No, I remember a friend told me that. I mean, you know that there's stuff, and a friend told me that for him, the reason he thinks they didn't do it is that it would enable those auto clicker users to spam co-op endlessly.
Oh yeah, because you can win co-op just by putting all 4 of your cards on cooldown endlessly, typically at least.
Just clicking cards.
Yeah, you could set up one of those auto-clicking apps, you and your friend, and then just have it endlessly requeue together, and then have that's exactly why. 100%. They would have to have some crazy captcha system to stop it. You're right, 100%, Palm. It's because the co-op system is that brain dead. If they actually made it hard, that wouldn't be an issue. We could have the requeue button. But if it's actually hard, then people won't beat it, and then you'll just see on Reddit how much this game sucks. So I don't know what the right answer is there.
Wait, you go on Reddit?
Oh, I go on the Reddit. I mean, if you go through there about once or twice a week, you'll find some spice. Usually somebody else thought it was good, and then they remade it 40 other times, but you can tell because you found it 40 times.
Yeah, you just find X-Pirates meme videos.
Yeah.
And then we have one more donation. It's not a question, but it's a comment from Aditya with the 100 rupees. Thank you. He says, adding Professor Sensei to the podcast made it more engaging for us viewers. Well, it seems like you are a welcome addition, and that gets good.
We just need to give you a shot of coffee and maybe some yayo to perk you up a little bit sometimes.
I swear I have more energy. Yeah, it's just because there's not a camera on me.
It's probably because it's like mad late at night too, but
Well, I swear I'm not starstruck, but I'm not used to having 1,500 people listening to me.
Also, I want to point out that he specifically said Twitch view.
And not to be arrogant sounding, but to pat our podcast on the back, like we hold more viewers. I've been watching on YouTube's like front page, and we're holding more viewers than channels that have like 800,000 to 1 million viewers. So it's pretty cool.
Think about it. This podcast started without a Legends portion. So
yep. True. And I don't know if it came through. I just want to point out specifically and more engaging to Twitch viewers. We think that we were kind of underrepresented podcast just because most people are on YouTube, I guess. So yay.
Well, yeah, like we definitely we've been holding some solid numbers here. So we appreciate all y'all in the audience too who tune in every week and keep us company.
Yeah, and if you guys weren't aware, we actually do have these episodes going up on, I think it's Nolar, you can list off the services, but I think Spotify.
Everything. Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Deezer, Stitcher, whatever podcasting service you love. It'll be up there probably Mondays. I'm going to try to see if we can get it up earlier because it takes about anywhere from 12 to 24 hours from when we upload it to like circulate through all the services, but it does go up. So
yeah,
I
definitely
the latest because I edit all of it myself, and the more people that are here, the more audio tracks I have to mess around with.
Yeah, well, and so definitely follow us on Twitter. We'll let you know when it's out. So if you do want to actually listen on your drive or on your workout, you will let you know when.
Yeah, so everyone over on the podcast always retweets Nolar usually tweets it out, and then we all retweet it so that you guys can know when exactly it goes up. But if you guys don't have anything else to add, I think this is a good place to stop. It's a little bit over 4 hours long, so another long one.
There was that guy in the chat who commented like 19 times asking you what your favorite hentai was.
Oh.
We need to know.
He didn't donate, so I can't answer. No, I'm just kidding. I obviously don't watch that. So
even the podcast is pay to win.
Yeah. No, I actually do read chat. I just have to prioritize people who are donating, right?
Clearly, yeah.
That makes sense.
All right, guys,
a little bit of a different ball game when there's like 1,500 to 2,000 people watching you at once.
Yeah, and I tried this one without slow mode on too. So
imagine being in like a college classroom with this many people in the same class. Like nobody would ever have their questions answered.
Yeah.
I think though not having slow mode it's not detrimental to the chat. At least I was monitoring the chat a little bit. Fine.
All right. Well, I think that's going to be a good point to stop. I appreciate everybody who came by to watch the podcast, and again, this video will be going live on the channel and whenever it finishes processing. So appreciate everyone who came by to watch.
Every single person in the chat who's unsubscribed to Gresh, hit the sub buttons, man. It's so close to 100,000. So let's get it done.
Let's get it done.
Yep. I'm approaching the mark here soon. So I appreciate everyone who came out to watch, and we'll see you all in the next one.
Later, everybody.
Bye.
Everyone.
Bye.